chests here where I know they'll be out of the way. Let's go ahead and tie you up since I know you're just begging to wander off. Okay. Now I need to figure out what I'm gonna do about those beehives there. Oh, like 30 minutes in. I just got the notification. That's so weird. I'm gonna have to update the plugin, I think, because I think that must be an issue with the plugin. Do I not have... Oh, what's it called? Well, hello, shorts people. I wasn't streaming this whole time, but you guys have missed about an hour of content. Which, don't worry, the first 30 minutes I was entirely muted. Dun, 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 dun. I wonder why that happened, though, honestly. I should probably go get my scaffolding. Oh, I got exactly 64 out of that? That's kind of funny. So if each one is 9, then about 4 rows is gonna be what I need, because I need like 31 stacks. Let's go get... Sorry, I entirely forgot what I was... Oh my god. I need to patch this up. What the hell? Jesus. That's a deep fall. You know what? Let's put the dirt I have to good use then. Now that we're here. Okay, that's good. That's the deep part. Right, we're checking the spruce. It's so weird that the vertical live stream didn't start until like 30 minutes after, or not even 30 minutes, like an hour. Kind of sus. Okay, you're coming with me. Peter. Oh, and I needed to get scaffolding. Damn, I need to start like making a list, like writing these down, because then I keep having to go back and forth. Luckily I have the horse, which saves me some time, as opposed to if I was just walking. Thing is, I'm not even sure if I have scaffolding, but for sure I have the stuff to make scaffolding. Or at least a string. I don't seem to have much bamboo, but that's easily rectifiable. Could have sworn I'd made some scaffolding at some point. You didn't get the notification either when the stream started? Huh. Guys, do you think YouTube shadow banned me? Should I complain to Who's the CEO of YouTube? I feel bad because Crafty Potato was in here when I was muted and I didn't realize I was muted, and I thought I was, because I had like responded to him, I said hi, and then just nothing, so I was like, oh, okay then. Let's... Well, also, too, Dad, I did kind of put it in miscellaneous announcements like I usually do, so you should have known. Also, I did say Saturdays were days that I was planning on streaming, so everyone knows Saturdays are gonna be my streaming days for sure, and then I want to try and throw in one day in the weekend. Did I leave my crafting table down there? Yeah, it's all the way down there. I don't know if you can see it next to the sugarcane there. Whatever, I have extra wood. Okay, 13 scaffolding, that should work. Oh, that's a lot of saplings. That's good. We need the saplings to expand. I also made a community post, which I realized that I should, like, when I do a community post to announce streams, I should probably delete them afterwards, just because, you know, they're not the types of community posts that you're gonna need there, you know. It's just, I'm going live soon. Come check us out. Should I make a diamond axe? I'm afraid of like just destroying it immediately, you know? And then it would feel kind of like a waste of diamonds. That being said, I do have a lot to chop down, so it might actually be worth it. Well, okay, you know what? No, I don't even have the books for it now that I think about it. I was gonna say let me make an enchanting table, but that won't really work. But yeah, let's make a diamond axe. It's gonna be faster and it's gonna last a lot longer. Hey, how's it going? To that again. Why are you using pink trees? Pink's a girl color. It is. And it's also the anti-cancer color, which means, well, no, I'm chopping down the trees, so, you know, it's like, really, I'm hitting the color pink with an axe, so, like, how much can I like it, you know? Like, Dum 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 dum. Ooh. Yeah, I have a lot less diamonds than I thought I did. Okay, I'm gonna use this until it runs out, and then I'm gonna switching back to iron. Actually, now I think about it, let's go to sleep while we're here. I should take a bed with me, huh? Wait, you don't support... I don't support cancer. I don't like cancer. Cancer's a bad thing. Well, so you hate... I do hate all cancers. Come on. Why are you like this? There we go. I don't think there's a single cancer that's good, not gonna lie. I don't know what your point is here. Ow, what? Why? It's daytime. You should be chilling. That's just rude. Oh, you're talking about those cancers. Yeah, those ones suck also. Really? Why? There we go. Dum dum. You know, I will say, I wish that that there was a way of like naturally spreading like biomes, you know? Cause like if I wanted to turn this meadow area into more cherry grove, there's really no way of doing that right now. Cause like the grass is entirely, like I can put more cherry trees, but the grass is just the wrong color. This area I'm gonna leave deforested because obviously that's where the build is gonna be. I don't think these 18 breads are gonna last me very long, not gonna lie. Make sandwich. I don't think those are in Minecraft yet. Where'd the music go? Sorry, I need my dementia music. Okay, there it is. That's weird. I felt empty without the dementia music. Is that worrying? Oh, hey, there's a little hole I gotta patch up. Hey, there's a cat in there. Michael, don't leave me here. Michael. Goodbye, cat. Who will not be missed. I hardly knew you. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. A weird looking tree. Hold up. If each crafting recipe of scaffolding makes 6, how did I end up with 13 scaffolding? Yeah, what? That's... Oh, I had... Okay. That's my bad. I misunderstood. Other trees. I think that should be good on that side. That one's definitely far enough. Let's take down these 3 trees. Maybe I should actually start playing like the Uncanny Mr. Incredible song That one. Like I should set it up so that after like 5 hours, it just slowly transitions into that kind of music. You're sending me the song you should play? Oh god. Let's see. Let's see what song this is. Alright, I got the Discord ping. Retention goes up by 58,000%. You can now do a 2015 intro. I can't just do that on the spot. I need like a 3D modeling. Throw like the 3D model of my name in CapCut. If I get copyright struck because of this, I will kill you. What's up, everybody, guys? Well, I'm not gonna say that. Welcome back to a brand new episode. Come on, come on. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, this music got boring to me real quick. I like the chill vibe. Okay, if you can find me other songs that match this vibe, the Luke Rembo kind of chill shit, I'll listen to those. Oh man, these are like... No! Oh, come on. It's destroying the natural environment. Oh, what? Again, it's full on daytime. Why are you mad at me? Alright, you sent me another song. Let's see if this matches. Alright. Is it just gonna be like another dubstep? It looks like it. This feels like something I would hear in Cyberpunk Edge Runners. Let me turn the volume down a bit. Sorry, I was just messing around with the volume. Faction compared, ranked the 4 major Star Wars factions. Which one had the best fleet? Ooh, which one had the best fleet? So obviously the 4 major ones are going to be Rebellion, Empire, Republic, and Separatist. If we're going by just like which one had the most powerful fleet, I mean, there's really no questions asked. It was the Empire. But which one I like more, I'm going to have to go... Okay, well first let's rank them by power or whatever. By simply powerful, I think it would have to go Empire, then probably Republic, then the Confederacy of Independent Systems, and Rebel. Oh, this is the Eckhart's ladder music? That's hilarious. I didn't even recognize it. Oh, it probably just hasn't gotten to that part yet. Shout out to Eckhart's Ladder. We support smaller creators here on this channel. No, I didn't mean to strip that. They never get anything done because narratively they don't want them to, but like objectively they've got the best fleet. I mean, they don't really need to use freighters. They just use their, you know, capital ships like to fill that role though, you know? Or not even the capital ships, but like the ones that like carry a bunch of other ships, you know, the ones that like Cham Syndulla stole in the one episode of Rebels. Hey, how's it going, Grubby Animations? Are you having a nice night? We chilling here. We're getting rid of this cherry. Well, we're not getting rid of it. We're getting wood from it, and then obviously we're planting it back. The Empire loses every space battle they ever get involved in. I mean, yeah, sure. But that's not the fault of the fleet. That's really, I would chalk that up to the incompetence of its officers and stuff, you know? So let me check something. Like, I mean, the main weakness its fleet has is just that it has weak starfighters, you know? But like, it outclasses literally every other faction in every other class of ship other than starfighter. To anybody else here, sorry about the Star Wars talk. Me and Two Dad are nerds about that. Also, he made me put on the Eckhart's Ladder music, which is a Star Wars YouTuber. He does like lore stuff. It's pretty good. Am I missing it? There it is. See, I knew there was an extra one somewhere. Oh, objectively, the three other main factions have better fleet composition. You would put the Empire in dead last? Nah. That's not really, I mean, like, simply put, the rebels really had, like, every time the rebels go up against the Empire, they're up against insurmountable odds for a reason, you know? Like, sure, because what we see is the stories from the perspective of the heroes of the rebellion, that usually ends up being kind of meaningless. But, I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not true, you know? Like, the Empire's fleets are always impressive and always, I mean, they outgun just about anyone. I stand by what I said, that the only weakness that the Imperial fleet really has is the Starfighter Corps. Everything else, they basically have top notch. The Empire has horrible fighters that are probably less effective than droid starfighters. They don't have dedicated carriers. They don't have freighters. They had so much time to improve. Actually, they did have dedicated carriers. Again, I'm bringing up the ones that, like, Cham Syndulla stole from that one episode in Rebels. You know which one? The ones that are like the triangle with like the little part under it. They're also seen in Rogue One, if I remember correctly. They have dedicated carriers. And then those also serve the role as freighters, which, let's be real, most of them don't really need freighters. I mean, you look, technically, like, when you talk about freighters, you're talking about ships like the Millennium Falcon. That's a cargo ship. And why don't they use them? They do use them. Listen, I know you're a separatist glazer, but let's be real. Their fleet composition only beats out the rebellion. Like, the separatists probably had the most variety when it comes to, like, their larger vessels. And actually the most variety in anything, because not only do they have the droid starfighters, which they mass produce, but they're the faction that most took advantage of localized militias and actually used them to their advantage. How did you get out of the hole? I buried you. Or how would your ranking go? I will say, I don't understand why the Separatists didn't just mass produce the... you're not saying that objectively Star Destroyers aren't more powerful than most other ships, but when it comes to how the fleet is composed, the Empire comes dead last. That's just not true. The Empire has the Architans, which is a far upgrade from the Republic Architans. It has multiple different types of Star Destroyers, not to mention all of the experimental weapons like the gravity wells and the ones that can like pull you out of hyperspace. Like no other faction has a ship, like of the main four, no other faction has a ship that can pull you out of hyperspace just by you going near it. But they only use Star Destroyers? Well, yeah, because it's their most common vessel, but you're not gonna, like, they use that because that's their most common all-purpose vessel. Like, it works for what they need it to do, you know? In most cases, a Star Destroyer is gonna be more than enough. Oh, the music already went. Let's... But again, we're judging their fleet composition, not their tactics. Like, if we're judging them by tactics, then I would argue that the Rebellion would be in first place, then the Republic, then the Separatists, then the Empire. Because the Empire just had like horrendous tactics. But we're just talking about the fleet composition here. And if you look at the lineup of ships that each faction has, the Empire comes out on top. I'm sorry, but that's just how it is. There's a reason the Empire was able to keep the galaxy under its boot for well over 30 years. And that is in no small part due to its fleet composition and how it just overpowers anything else that was out there. Like you said, they don't ever use any other ship apart from the Star Destroyers, and they always run in phase first. Yeah, that's a tactics thing. That's not comparing their fleet composition. That's just an entirely different question than what you asked me. Oh man, I'm gonna need so much more cherry wood. No, it's not how the fleet is organized is inherently related to the faction's tactics. For example, 90% of the Imperial fleets just have Star Destroyers, which is why the rebels won the war. Right, but deciding which ships you're gonna use is a tactic. The fleet composition, like, of a battle, because the thing is, if you're gonna compare fleet compositions of factions, then you're comparing their entire roster. Like, if you're gonna consider their fleet composition like per battle, then you can't really compare all the factions, because you'd have to like tally up every win, every loss, and which ones had to do with the fleet compositions, which ones didn't, you know? No, you're not. You're comparing their average fleet. Why would you do that when, I mean, if you're gonna compare their average fleet, they're like, for example, the rebels, there really is no average fleet, because every single battle they're kind of like cobbled together by whatever's available. Sure, there are certain like common ships like X-Wings or like the Tantivs, I forget what they're actually called, but those aren't anywhere near common enough either to be considered their average fleet. Not to mention that their average fleet probably changes over time, because like, for example, the rebels didn't always have access to X-Wings. So, I mean, their average fleet before the X-Wing was released to them is going to be completely different than their average fleet afterwards. And same with the Separatists. There's just way too much variation in how their fleets are usually comprised. The main Rebel Alliance fleet would be similar to the one they had at the Battle of Endor, because that's their main fleet, just like how the other factions would be ranked on their average fleet compositions. Here's the thing, you're not, if you're basing it entirely off of the Battle of Endor, that's not their average fleet. That's just the fleet that they had in like their last, one of their most important battles against the Empire. Like, it's, again, you're just pulling one from a specific battle and then being like, all right, this is their fleet. Like, if we're gonna do that, then all right, I like for the fleet for the Empire, I choose the fleet at the Battle of Chopper's Base. I forget what it's called, the one where Thrawn is there. I mean, then then really nobody really has much of a chance there. That's the Rebels' main fleet. All right, so then, hell, even if we take the Empire's main fleet from that same battle, they had not only Star Destroyers, they had Super Star Destroyers, they had Architans there, they had the a bunch of TIE Interceptors, way more than they usually would, and they have the second Death Star. Like, there's no way you can say that's their average fleet. You just cherry-picked a specific, like, battle. No, they did not what? They did not have... Yes, they did! The Architans were super common. Also, you misspelled Architans. Dude, if they had them before the original trilogy, then obviously they had them during the original trilogy. And why do they not show up in any of the fleets in the original trilogy? Because in real life, they hadn't been designed yet. That doesn't mean that they didn't exist or that they weren't being used in universe. Like, in larger battles like that, not only is there additional material that expands the fleets and expands what is present during it, but you kind of have to assume in bigger battles like that where you don't see everything that happens, you kind of got to assume that more does happen. That means they weren't being used because they weren't there. They were there. They just hadn't been designed in real life yet. This isn't that hard of a concept. Ah, I ran out of arrows. Okay, that's great. Also, you used the wrong there, so I win. I keep getting pinged in places, or getting ping sounds, and I don't know where it's from. That's insane. You're fucking insane. You can't just say that, oh, they were there despite the fact that we know they weren't. No, that's not what I'm saying, dude. You're being entirely disingenuous. Just because we didn't see every you do realize the Battle of Endor was an insanely large battle, right? Like, obviously there were ships there that we did not get to see on screen because, hey, guess what? Most of it was being focused on what the main characters were doing. No! Oh my. Jesus. You see every ship there. Okay, you know what? You know what's proof that you don't see every ship that was at the Battle of Endor? You've played Battlefront. Where was Iden Versio in the original trilogy? Pinpoint to me exactly where Iden Versio's TIE fighter was in the original trilogy. This little floating island. Probably get rid of that entirely. You're obviously not saying you could see every TIE fighter, but you would obviously be able to see if there were architenses and there weren't. Not if they're just, I don't know, on the other side of the Death Star, like... They could have simply relegated their architenses to a different part of the battle, because despite what we see, like, of the battle, there were multiple battle fronts, get it, of the Battle of Endor. Like, what we see of the battle is just what was visible from Palpatine's fucking throne room. I feel like you're very much underestimating just how large the Battle of Endor was. Because both of the factions there basically threw everything they had at each other during that. If they're on the other side of the Death Star, then they're not in the battle, so it was just the Rebels' main fleet and they stuck together. No, there wasn't a hidden fleet battle. Dude, there were multiple different fleet battles at the Battle of Endor. Again, not everything that happened at the Battle of Endor was portrayed in the actual movie, because writers afterwards expanded upon that in like a million different ways. Anyway, this is all besides the point. There's no way of quantifying their average fleet. Like, the average thing that they would... Not only because... Not only because their fleets vary so much, but specifically the fleets that we see are only the fleets that are narratively important to the story. And there's no way of telling that, like, okay, so usually a battle that's going to be important to the narrative of Star Wars when it comes to the Empire and the Rebels is going to be one where the Rebels come out on top, right? How do we know that all of those battles mainly won because whoever was in charge of the tactics happened to have bad fleet composition? Like, there's millions and millions of battles and skirmishes and stuff. Are you calling me? Oh god. Hi.
Fuck
Hello.
you. Fuck you, dude. This is the biggest bullshit. This is the dumbest logic I've ever heard in my
No,
fucking
it's
life.
not. Look,
You are
correlation
so
is not.
No.
Listen,
You're
every
genuinely-
battle that we see in Star Wars, the Empire
You're
fucking
genuinely-
fails,
You
and
are
then
genuinely
how?
trying to tell me, no. Listen for 2 seconds. You're genuinely trying to say, oh, I can battle of Emperor. I'm sure there were other targets.
Your mic is shit, by the way. I can't understand what you're saying.
You can't just argue that ships that weren't there were there. That's not. You can't just say that.
But they were.
No, they weren't.
Prove they weren't. Prove they weren't.
You can look at the fucking movie. There's no architects.
They were just right off camera, bro. You just missed them.
They showed up, but there are several wide shots. They showed the entire
No, they
fleet.
were like a little bit to the left, bro.
Also, there's on Wikipedia. If you go to fucking Wikipedia, you can just look up what fleets they had there. And there's zero architects.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said you didn't trust Wikipedia as a source.
I said I don't trust it because there's some things that it says that are stupid, but that when it comes to like events and which things were there, then yeah, obviously.
Oh, so basically
Also,
when it's convenient for you, you trust them as a source.
Dude, your logic is so stupid. You would be putting like the average, like if it's an Imperial fleet, then they're all Star Destroyers because they expressly say that the way the rebels won the war was because they were able to use the fact that the Empire would only use Star Destroyers, and they
When
were
did they
able to
say
use
that?
because they only use Star Destroyers on average, so that's why the Rebel Alliance is so effective, because they're able to use their superior starfighters against the Star
The
Destroyers.
thing is, that's not an issue with just Star Destroyers. That's also an issue with Architans. That's also an issue with Super Star Destroyers. That's
But
an
that's
issue
right.
just with big ships in general. That's
Super
also
Star
an
Destroyer-
issue that the Mon Calamari ships that the
Architects
Rebel
are
used
not-
had.
No, that is not as much of an issue. Mon Calamari ships are way more efficient at defeating enemy starfighters.
Not
than-
as efficient as another Starfighter fleet.
What?
It
Not as
doesn't
efficient
matter
as what?
as another Starfighter fleet. The main counter two Starfighter squadrons is other Starfighters, not another big
That's
capital
not
ship.
true.
That is
Yeah, that is not
absolutely
true
true.
because-
Capital ships are not meant as a
but
counter.
On the point of the Empire, they will literally in Rogue One, there'll be like 5 X-wings, and they'll release like 100 TIE fighters, and they'll still do nothing because they're useless.
Well, that's just because the TIE Fighter themselves, again,
And
no.
what are you talking about? There's literally a scene where like one Rebel starfighter, I don't remember what it was, I think it was like a B-wing, crashes into the main the main cockpit or whatever, the bridge.
That's an
of the
A-wing. That was an A-wing. I know what shot you're talking about.
One Rebel starfighter took down an entire executor. Wow.
It did not take down an entire executor. It just disabled the bridge.
When did it crash into the fucking into the Death Star? Also, like, this is stupid. You can't just be like, oh, they had plot armor for every fight.
No, I'm not saying that they had plot. You misunderstood that thing. The thing is, you misunderstood what I was saying there. No, you misunderstood.
Okay,
Let me explain what I was saying there. The ones that are gonna be shown to us in the movies very explicitly and like with detail are the ones where the rebels win, because the story of Star Wars, especially during the original trilogy era, is how the rebels defeated the Empire.
But
So,
the rebels,
because of the fact the majority of the because of the fact that the majority of the battles that we see are where they win, there's no way of saying that, like, we only see ships we only see battles with Star Destroyers because that's what allowed them to win. For all we know,
that is stupid.
that is not stupid. That is very simple logic, bro.
stupid. That's like being like, oh, just because every time they're off camera, I'm just gonna assume that the Empire.
Given the fact that they had control over the entire galaxy and that they were always considered a huge threat, yeah, I'm gonna assume that the vast majority of battles, other than like the super important ones that are shown to us, were won by the Empire.
So you're gonna assume that the Empire, when it's most important for them to win, that's when they're gonna use their worst tactics.
I'm not saying that's when they're gonna use their worst tactic. Actually, yes, I am. You know why? Because the way that they would set up their fucking higher-ups, like who they would put in what position, was bad. All of their main, like their highest Imperial officers were dumbasses.
Darth Vader. I guess fucking Darth Vader is just a bad tactician. What do you mean?
Darth Vader, for the most part, was never in charge of the actual fleets. He was usually in, like, one, just like bullying around the actual naval officers, and two, going out of his way to do whatever personal vendetta he had against Luke Skywalker or Obi-Wan or whoever.
At the Battle of Endor, Emperor Palpatine,
at the Battle of Endor,
who is the number one, like the smartest character probably, because he's been alive for like 200 years, and he didn't have the foresight to be like, oh, let me add in some architenses, because there were not architenses at the Battle of Endor. You can look up the fucking footage.
I guarantee you there were. I guarantee you there were.
That's stupid. That is fucking stupid. That's like saying, oh, fucking Dengar was at the Battle of Geonosis.
He was. He literally was.
You don't know that Dengar was at the Battle of Geonosis.
I literally do. Look it up. He was there.
Nah, you're just you know your argument shit, and you're just trying to piss me off.
Reams.
Okay. Reams. He is not like Dengar. He's so much better. And what an Irish, he would have never stood for this. You're wrong, dude. The reason I gave you that prompt was because the card player literally did a video on that, and he put the Empire at last, because all of their fleets are just Star Destroyers. They have interdictors, but they don't use them.
Here's the thing, that there's the issue with how do you quantify their average fleet? We would have to literally know. We would have to literally know every single battle that the Empire ever fought to be able to find out what their average fleet is.
No, you don't. You can just look at like the times when they
because what we're shown from Star Wars is a skewed perspective, because we only get the perspective of the fucking heroes.
Perspective. I can do it with every other faction. Separatist average fleet is gonna include the Lucrehulks, maybe the main capital ships, and like the, what are they called? Maleficents?
Here's the thing. I will say,
like,
it's a lot easier to confidently quantify an average ship for like Clone Wars era, because we got the Clone Wars, which just showed us so many battles. We never got, like, we have a higher pool to draw from statistics than we do for the battles during the Empire era.
You serious? Also, you said the Republic fleet is better than the Separatist one. That's just wrong. In what way? The average Republic fleet is just 3 Venators, and they don't use anything else.
No, but they have way better starfighters than I'm blanking. The Separatists.
But in the lore, like, they are unable to attack the Separatist core worlds because they keep on losing fleet battles each time they try to get into Separatist space.
Well, yeah, when you're going into, like, the core world, because that's where their strongest fleets are going to be. But you're saying their average fleet.
Their average fleet is just not composed well. They only use Venators, which are carriers.
No, I'm not saying their average fleet. I'm not saying the Republic's average fleet. I'm saying what's it called? The Separatist average fleet. But also, the Separatist
average fleet is good. They have variety. They always have variety.
Yeah,
they have a dedicated carrier.
Yeah, they have better big ships, but they fall short when it comes to the starfighters. And not gonna lie, despite them having variety, none of their big ships really outgun a Venator except the Malevolence.
That's just, there's several scenes of ships destroying Venators. What are you talking about?
Yeah, when there's like 2 or 3 more, when they're outnumbered. I mean, like on a one-on-one.
I
Like,
just don't think that's true.
No. I have proof of this. Battle of Coruscant, the fucking invisible hand. They were actively not firing upon the invisible hand because they didn't want to kill Emperor Palpatine. The invisible hand only lasted as long as it did because the Republic was specifically not.
No. Before the movie started, they lost their shield.
Give me a second.
It had already been in.
I'm telling you. Stop. You never let me finish. You didn't let me finish. In canon, you didn't let me finish. In canon, the Star Destroyer that then ends up firing upon the invisible hand while they're trying to do the rescue mission, which is what we see at the beginning of the Revenge of the Sith, did that because of a mistaken order, where they were under the impression that it had already been rescued.
But you can't count that invisible hand at the beginning of the movie as the average invisible hand, because by that time, its shields had already been disabled. They tell you that in the movie. That's why there were vulture droids on its hull. By that time, it had already been in the battle for several hours.
Yeah, but they hadn't been targeting it past anything. You can't really count it as its average.
Yes, they were targeted before they had kidnapped Palpatine. They would have been
up
firing
until
on
they
it.
destroyed the. Okay, so they were able to destroy the shields and then also take it down immediately. Either way, it was severely outgunned the whole time.
What do you mean? It lasted for several hours doing its job until by that, because they just show you the end of the Battle of Coruscant.
So long is because Chancellor Palpatine was on it.
Dude, the Separatists would have objectively won that battle if they hadn't had the orders to stay in place, because they achieved their goal and captured Palpatine. AKA the fleet did at the beginning. It literally says that the Separatist fleet goes in, they destroy the Republic's defense fleet, and then once more reinforcements come, they get stuck in place.
More food.
What?
In Minecraft. I'm playing Minecraft. This is a Minecraft stream, bro.
Fuck you, man! You can't just say that.
Dude, your mic is cutting out. I have no idea what you're saying. Did you cover your mic or something?
You're acting like the average Imperial fleet is when the average Imperial fleet is literally just 4 Star Destroyers and nothing else.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that we have no way of quantifying what actually is the average. No, we don't.
Yes, we do,
because our pool of data is not clean data.
It is clean data. The average Imperial fleet is Star Destroyers. That's it!
According to what we see in the movies, which isn't accurate
data.
They
expressly say... Okay, you're acting like interdictors would be in the question, which they would just not be. They're super rare, and they're they're barely ever used.
Interdictors. Which ones are the interdictors?
Those are the ones that prevent people from coming in and out of hyperspace.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Those would not remotely be in this question. I literally only
but
see
neither would the malevolence, and I was also counting the malevolence in the.
No, of course you're not counting the malevolence. You're acting like it's every ship.
Yes, that's what I was doing. I'm counting every ship.
Average
when
fleet.
You tell me which fleet, no, I'm not doing the average fleet because we have no way of telling the exact average fleet.
Stupid.
We don't have the data for that.
That is stupid, because then you're thinking of every ship, then you can just go ahead and say, oh, the Millennium Falcon's gonna be part of the average Rebel fleet, which would be bullshit because it has plot armor and it can't be shot down!
Nah, but I'm not gonna count fucking plot armor in this.
Well, yeah, but objectively, you're not gonna act like the Millennium Falcon is gonna be part of the average Rebel fleet. That doesn't make sense.
I'm not. I'm refusing to compare the average Rebel fleet because I'm saying we don't have enough data to actually know what the average...
The average Rebel fleet is composed of several Mon Calamari ships. And, you see the average Rebel fleet.
Okay,
fleet so...
That is not true. If anything, the average Rebel fleet is, 1 squadron.
That is not true. When they actually go up against Imperial fleets, they bring the sort of fleet that would be that showed up in Rogue One or in the Battle of Endor. More realistically,
that wasn't the average fleet. That was an exception. That was because they knew that was a fully Imperial controlled planet, and base. they sent like a lot more to the like to Scarif than they would have to like their average battle. The rebels didn't have a lot of resources to be throwing around like the Empire did.
Exactly. That's why whenever they did get involved in a battle, they would always use all of their shit. They didn't just like they didn't spread out like the Empire does. I can say concretely, the Empire average fleet is just Star Destroyers because they weren't out here like knowing, like putting all their resources into one fleet.
Nobody's arguing that Star Destroyers weren't the most common.
You're acting like Arquitenses would be in the average Imperial fleet, and they just would not.
They would.
They are not. It's not would they? They're not. You can just look at the movies. They're not there.
Again, the movies are not concrete data.
Yes,
they're not,
they are.
They're not a large enough sample size.
Yeah, in the Empire Strikes Back, you see 0 Arquitenses, despite the fact that a lot of that movie takes place in space, and you see several fleets, including mostly the Imperial fleet.
Yeah, well, I mean, we also thought that Han shot first, and then they changed that. Like, they can, like...
Okay, so now you're acting like George Lucas... Oh, that's another thing! George Lucas goes back and adds things like McClunky. If he wanted to, he could go back and just add a little architect. But he won't because that's stupid! Because it wasn't there!
Dude, you're just wrong. And yelling isn't gonna change that.
Oh, fuck you!
There's no reason for you to be this aggressive, Tuda.
Let's use our inside voices.
Yes.
You're also just wrong, because you don't... I was referencing a specific Cards Ladder video, and I'm gonna be honest, I agree with the way he ranked them.
I would have to watch his whole video, but also, I feel like this is very much hinging on the idea of an average rebel fleet, and I just an average fleet, and I fully disagree with the idea that we have enough data to actually quantify.
You have enough data.
No,
what do you mean? There's always enough data to like quantify the averageness, even if it's not like a large pool. You can be like, okay, like you can't just assume.
Because if you have a small
pool, all of your argument are based on assumptions. Your entire argument is based on assumptions and things that you don't know.
Your argument is based on assumptions. My argument is based on a lack of assumptions. Because you're assuming what the average fleet is what we see on average on screen.
You're trying to tell me that your argument isn't based on assumptions. Meanwhile, you're just assuming that Arquitenses, or ships that objectively were never in any Imperial fleets in the movies, were somehow there, but never.
They literally were.
They were not! At the Battle of Endor, you see several wide shots showing the entire fleet!
Dude, just look better. I don't know what to tell you, man. This is a skill issue on your part that you didn't see them.
You know you're wrong. You know you're wrong. I can literally just look up Battle of Endor. There is no fucking Arquitenses.
Man, I'm hungry. I forgot to go get food.
Oh, would you several wide shots, and you can see the average. Yeah, it's literally the first thing I look at. You see the average rebel fleet. You see what it's composed of.
You're not seeing the average rebel fleet. You're seeing the rebel fleet at the Battle of Endor.
Okay, but if I'm gonna get the average rebel fleet, then I can assume, like, I'm looking at the way the fleet is composed. Then I can assume that they're gonna have
even putting together all of the Star Wars, putting together all of the Star Wars media that we have in existence, we do not have enough data in order to extrapolate what an average fleet would be because of the sheer scale of the galaxy.
Yeah, but because so your argument is hinging on the fact that, oh, there's other ships that we just don't know about. Obviously, you're gonna base it off of what you know.
You're entirely ignoring the blind spots in our knowledge.
That's like looking at real world history and being like, I'm gonna assume the Romans had machine guns because there were so many Romans. How could we know if they had machine guns?
That's like saying I'm assuming that the Romans may have used a katana or two. Like
what? That's stupid. You just said something stupid.
Okay, so you're telling me with absolute 100% certainty that in the entire history of the Roman Empire, there wasn't a single Roman soldier that came across a katana and was like, you know what, I'm gonna use this. It seems cool.
Yes, because the Romans didn't know Japan existed. What the fuck?
Okay,
What are you
okay.
saying?
Katanas were a bad example. Maybe a fucking
I'm not.
an
Like you
African
didn't say. Don't
scimitar
act like you
sword. What are
just
those
didn't
ones?
say. Dude, don't act like you
No,
didn't just say
no,
the
no. I'm
stupidest
not acting
argument.
like okay, okay. No, no, no.
You
I'm
know,
giving you.
context.
I'm
For
telling you. All
context,
right, you're
you
right.
just
Katanas
you
were a
just
bad
went up to me and
example.
were like,
But
you just
my
went up to me and you were genuinely like, well, but I don't know if Mayans had access to katanas. You don't know.
they
What
could have, bro.
the? What are you?
No, that's not like saying that the Mayans didn't like maybe had katanas. Well, the like you're entirely ignoring the actual point of. You're
Why did you say that? Like
entirely,
you
you're
wait,
you're
wait.
entirely
Why did you
ignoring the
say
point
that?
I'm
Why
actually
did
trying
you
to
say
make,
that?
which is
Why
entirely
did you say that like you
disingenuous.
actually
Obviously,
believe that Mayans
katanas
couldn't have
specifically
katanas?
were a bad example, given that the Romans didn't know Japan existed at the time, but the point still stands that they could have used a weapon that wasn't within their normal arsenal at some point.
But then that's stupid because that's it. But you okay? Let's say concretely, you think okay. You said an African
Okay.
sword. What African sword?
Let
Or
me look it
a
up.
scimitar?
Yeah,
Or
scimitar.
something like.
You're telling me with 100% certainty that no single Roman has used the Savitar in any
No,
battle.
I'm not saying that. But
Yeah.
what I am saying is that the average Roman legionnaire, like an average Roman army, are not going to fucking scimitars. Obviously.
Yeah, but we have all of the data on the Rome, or at least most of the. We have more data, a larger percentage of data of Roman battles and Roman information than we do with Star Wars, because Star Wars is an entire galaxy-wide.
There is so much Star Wars content out there. You can't base
That
things.
doesn't
No,
change the fact that it's an entire fucking galaxy.
but you can't just be like, oh, but maybe the Empire has a giant, really cool ship that can defeat anything, and it's super cool, but we just don't ever see it because it's off camera. That's stupid.
Obviously not that. Obviously we're only including ships that actually exist, like the Architans, which not
But the
only
Architects isn't part of the fucking fleet. It's not there.
at the Battle of Endor. Yeah, it was. It was literally right there.
It was not. Your entire argument is based on
Go
just
to
being
1
like,
hour. No. Go to 1 hour, 36 minutes, and 25 seconds. In
I'm
Return
watching
of the
an
Jedi.
8-minute video.
Do that right now.
I can't. Okay, I'm watching it at like 2 times speed. I will tell you if a fucking architect shows up because it doesn't.
I gave you the exact timestamp.
What? No, it's an 8-minute video.
No,
you said an hour.
I'm into the movie. Pull up the movie.
You want me to open the fucking Wait. There's literally an Car Slider video talking about what the fleets were composed of.
Yeah, but again, that's all based off of incomplete data.
And when you look at that, this one's the Battle of Scarif, but again, I can concretely say there were no Architects at the Battle of Scarif because look at this, there's the actual fucking fleet! You can't just act like things exist when they don't.
They were literally right there. I don't know what you're on about.
You fucking stupid! I hate you!
Let's use our inside voice now, alright? This isn't... Did you fucking rage quit? You rage left the call. Dum 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 dum. Anyway, so how are you guys doing? Did you guys enjoy? There's nobody watching. Dum 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 dum. Oh, that was a bad idea. Is that a recent message? I can't tell if you sent that right now or not. I'm not gonna lie, all your messages in the chat just look like large paragraphs to me. I don't know if that's a message Two Dead sent like a while ago or if it's something that he sent right now. Need a graham cracker. I keep hearing that ping noise and I don't know. Like, and then I don't have any pings. Oh, is this just somebody trying to QA general? Wacky. Also, this is coming from the same person that thinks ATOTs, all right? And they aren't trash. They're literally just the pickup trucks. They're like a slightly armored pickup truck. That's useful. It's not a fucking tank, it's a cargo vessel. You're just comparing it to an entirely... That's like saying, oh yeah, a Panzer would win in a fight against a Ford F-150. Well, no fucking shit. Those aren't made for the same thing. You gotta mind Cherry Grove one of these days. The wood is so pretty. Oh, it is. It is. I'm specifically gathering a bunch of wood. By the way, welcome to the live stream. But I'm specifically gathering a bunch of wood for a build that's gonna be like a giant tree stump over there. But I need like over 1,000 blocks, so I was like, you know what? I'll go ahead and knock this out in a couple hours. But yeah, how you doing, Hangry Johnny? I like your name. It's very descriptive and very relatable. I will say though, Cherrywood I feel like is a little overrated. I do like it, but it's a little overrated here. Give me a second here. All right, I'm back. Sorry, I had to answer somebody in my room. Oh, yeah, Angry Johnny, this guy thinks the AT-ATs from Star Wars isn't a bad vehicle. It's not. It's literally not. It's not the most powerful tank or the most maneuverable, but again, that's not what it's meant to be. Sorry, I've been arguing with this guy for the past like hour or so about Star Wars stuff. Actually, more like hour and a half. I need to go get that. Record. There we go. This guy doesn't know shit. I know a lot more than you do. The difference between you and I is I'm willing to admit when there's gaps in the knowledge that I have of something, whether that be my own fault or the fault of just how the media is portrayed. And you are unwilling to accept that fact. You want to view AT-AT. It's cool as hell, man. I don't know about the effective it is, but it's a huge step in the direction of the mecha stuff like that. So A+. I agree with you, but also he's not referring to the AT-AT. He's referring to a more obscure vehicle. You're thinking of the four-legged one from Empire Strikes Back. Everyone knows that one. That was great. He's talking about an eight-legged one that showed up in like 2 seconds of Revenge of the Sith. And basically it's open. It doesn't have like a roof, but like in lore, it's meant as like a cargo vehicle, not as like it's an armored cargo vehicle. It's not like a tank like the AT-TE or the AT-AT would be. Oh, Tudad, stop. Don't insult people in the comments, bro, just for not being Star Wars nerds like you and me. Come on, man. You don't have to. Oh, wait, no, you're insulting the AT-OT. Okay, I misread that. The stupid ass AT-OT. It's a good vehicle. It's a good vehicle and it fills its role well. It's not made for battles. It's made for like it's not meant to change the tide of a battle. It's made to give supplies, carry supplies from one way to another safely. But if it rains and everything, they can just put a tarp up. It's not that difficult. And yes, tarps do exist. We see tents and tarps multiple different times in Star Wars. It's not that big of a stretch to think that tarps would be standard issue for an AT-OT, like, crew. Can't just say they can do that. They can. There's nothing stopping them from putting a tarp there. What? That's like if I pointed out that somebody could jump and you're like, nuh-uh. Dum, 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 dum. That's like saying they can just put up shields on a Republic dropship. Well, I mean, no, because shields require actual installation, and like you would have to actually pull it apart and like build it into the ship. Shields you can't just easily put there, but a tarp is just a piece of fabric. If it doesn't have it, then it doesn't have it. Fuck you. Fuck you. You know full well that I'm being perfectly reasonable when I say they could just put a tarp there. There we go. Dum, 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 dum. It's like saying that they could just make Beskar TIE fighters and win the war, but they can't because there's nothing to suggest. Okay, one, they could do that. The main reason that they can't do that is because Beskar itself is a very rare material. Tarps are not. They're not difficult to obtain. They're not rare. Not only that, we see the Republic using tarps in multiple instances. Like, your logic is entirely faulty. But they won't see an AT-OT with a tarp, so you can't just assume that it has something it doesn't. I'm not saying it has something. I'm saying they could add it to it. They could simply put a tarp on it. That doesn't... I'm not saying that, like, they already have a tarp standard issue. But, like, also tarps aren't necessarily rare. You can just grab one. Hell, if they're near any form of civilization, they could borrow a tarp. Man, I need arrows. Oh, damn it. I was hoping it wouldn't blow up. Dun, 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 dun. I don't have the dirt to repair this. Think of like army trucks. When you see them with a tarp box over the top of them, when you're hiding what they transport. So that the AT-OTs could definitely come equipped with tarps. Thank you, Hangry Johnny. I thank you so much. I have had this argument with him so many times. All right, AT-OTs are absolutely useful vehicles. And it's not that big of a stretch that, like, if they need to either hide something that they're transporting or protect something from the elements or something, that they could just put a tarp over it. It is always a safe assumption that technology that we have, they have. Because, and my biggest example of that is just guns. Because for the longest time, that was just not there. But, I mean, they're much simpler technology than what they had. Can't just assume that because Star Wars is not real life, they're not logical. Except they're supposed to actively have more advanced technology than us, and if you consider certain extended universe dubiously canon material, then technically speaking, it exists within our same universe, because E.T. Hey, how's it going, Annalise? Bonjour. I actually can't say, but just wanted to stop by. Oh, no problem. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. You're not assuming. You're saying that they have more advanced tech as our stuff. They have our stuff, or the equivalent as well. Well, you can't assume that they... Okay. Tudad, you're being entirely disingenuous. You don't even have to assume that they have tarps. They have tarps. We've seen them use tarps in multiple Star Wars, but we see them on Mimban. We see them on that one planet with the pacifist lemurs. We see them, like, they have tarps. They have tarps. They have fabric. They have tents. Oi. Dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum. The Ewoks had tarps. Hey, yeah, that's true. The Ewoks had tarps. There are explosions in space because Star Wars is not even slightly based on reality or logic. Okay, well, that's obviously just stylization of the medium for, you know, for interest on the screen. Like that, you can't use that as evidence for why they wouldn't use tarps. That's entirely... There's internal logic, but also, yeah, technically speaking, it exists within our universe, so the laws of physics technically do exist. We just don't understand why their ships specifically explode and make noise. Because it's just such advanced technology to make explosions in space. No, that's not what I meant to do. Yes, tarps exist in Star Wars, but if the vehicle doesn't have something, you can't just assume it has it off screen. What do you mean? I can assume that the battalion will most likely have it, given that they were able to pull it out of their asses on that one episode. I'm going to assume that tarps are standard issue, given that in the situations where they need some, they're able to just have them. Unless they're like 3 guys stranded on an area. Especially if they know beforehand that they're gonna have an ATOT crew. It's not that big of a stretch to think, oh, most likely 1 or 2 of them are gonna have the bright idea of bringing along a tarp. You have to go based on what you know, otherwise you can assume anything you want. That's not even, like, I am basing things off of what I know. God, you're like that one teacher I had in middle school that would always say, you know what they say about assuming? It makes an ass of you and me. I hated that guy so much. You have no idea. Oh my, I fell. I'm trying to find a cherry tree that's a little separated from the rest, so so that I don't have to worry about the leaves, like not decaying. There we go. This is what we want. No, you're not. You can't say Star Wars shares the logic of real life because it constantly breaks the basic rules of our existence. No. Nuh-uh. I'm telling you, you're acting like this is a big, like, huge stretch of, like, gaps in information, and it's not. TARPs are very simple, very effective, shown to exist, shown to have been used by the faction that uses the ATOT. And not to mention the same argument I was making before, that our sample size is too small to assume that they wouldn't have, given it being such a logical option. We've only seen the ATOT used, what, twice maybe? Not even that? Like, our sample size is Felucia and, like, for 2 seconds. So obviously it's safe to assume that the way it was used would be in, I don't know, the most logical way to use it. That's like saying that stormtroopers should start using guns because we know they're more effective than blasters and we know they exist. No, it's not, because they actually went through the effort of coming up with like a canon explanation of them not using. Not only that, but we get to see stormtroopers use blasters so much as a standard issue that we know for a fact that they don't tend to use regular guns. Nah, I'm calling you. Why are you? Okay. Hello?
You again with this bullshit.
You just don't like that I'm right and you're wrong.
I'm so wrong. Everything you can say. You can't just be like, oh, they have arms. No, they don't. They're there. At that point, that you can say, oh, the stormtroopers can have guns because we know they're more effective, and because it's based in real life.
That is no, okay, no. That's a false equivalency fallacy. All right, that is not the. No, you're strawmanning me. You're strawmanning me.
Explain it to me. Explain it to me.
I will. So you're comparing, like, why don't stormtroopers use real guns, right? You're saying that I'm saying that by all logic, they just have real guns and they actually do use them whenever they're off screen. That's what you're saying I'm saying, right?
That would be the same as your argument.
No, it's not. Because one, we see stormtroopers in way more, like, we see them way more often than we see the ATOT. The
Okay, you
AT-OT.
cannot just assume things about something. You have to base it off of what you know.
Stop!
Otherwise,
Stop!
that's
Stop!
saying-
Stop! You never let me finish.
Okay,
You didn't
okay.
let me finish. No, you didn't let me finish. Second of all,
Stop saying that it's
shut
weird.
up!
We're
Shut up!
related to
Shut
each
up!
other.
Let me finish. Let me finish, asshole. Let me finish. Another reason that's a false equivalency is because guns, one, are obviously extremely rare in the Star Wars universe. Hence, we never see them outside of like specifically old Mandalorian wars.
That point. You can't make that point because you just said, "Oh, Star Wars is based on real life logic," and since in real life we use parts, in Star Wars they use parts.
No. That was one. That was one of my many arguments. Whereas with guns, you would have to hinge the entire argument on that. No. You didn't let me finish. You didn't let me finish. Fuck you. You know what? I'm hanging up. You can hear me through the stream. All right. I'm gonna finish my points before you let me. All right. I left that call. Dad, you can hear me through this stream right now, okay? I am telling you, that's a false equivalency because the guns, one, are nowhere near as common. Two, we don't see them at all, basically, in Star Wars compared to TARPs, which we see multiple times, all right? Not only that, the guns are only ever used by factions that aren't the Stormtroopers. Guess what? Multiple of the examples of people using TARPs in Star Wars were the Republic. So not only are they used by the faction that was used, they're used very commonly, and they are like the perfect thing to use alongside the vehicle that we've only seen used like once. I mean, it's not that big of a jump in logic to assume that they could just use a TARP and that they most likely have in situations where they've needed it. Okay, now I'll join back the call that I've said all my shit. All right, I'm calling him now. Did you listen to what I said on stream? Did you listen to what I said on stream? Yes or no?
I'm hearing myself twice.
He's hearing himself twice.
You. What I'm saying is that, like, obviously, you're saying you are accurate.
Is he cutting out for anyone else? Hangry Johnny, is he cutting out for you? Because I don't hear him.
Who's Hangry Johnny? You have dementia. You need to watch.
I don't. Okay, now you're just trying to gaslight me, and that is very condescending, and I don't appreciate
You were
it.
just saying that.
Yeah, we can't hear you well, dude. Not gonna lie, we can't hear what you're saying.
Okay, let me finish. Let me fucking finish.
Well, no, because I don't know. No, you have to start over because I don't know what you said.
Okay. So, what would be a more accurate analogy, I guess, would be if I were you and I was using your stupid argument, I could go ahead and say, we know there's billions of starfighters, of TIE fighters, and we only probably see like 1% of the TIE fighters that exist in Star Wars. So I'm going to say that all other TIE fighters have ray shields because we don't know and we haven't seen all the other TIE fighters.
Well,
I'm saying is what
angry.
you're
I'm not the
arguing.
Star Wars fan you guys are, but I think this argument is going way overboard. Listen, Two-Dad takes everything a little overboard. Don't worry, he's like that, you know.
I will argue with this guy.
I don't understand what Two-Dad said, not gonna lie, or Big Monkey Nuts said.
Hey, mate. You have no rebuttal to my thing.
I didn't hear what you said. I couldn't hear what you said.
Can you hear what I'm saying then?
Yes, I can hear what you're saying.
I'm saying that your arguments are like me saying, because we know that there are billions of TIE fighters in Star Wars...
Okay, yeah, I did hear that argument. No, that's not the same one, because it's been explicitly stated by characters in universe that TIE fighters, on average, don't have shields. 2, we see TIE fighters multiple times.
We see the AT-OT.
Once. We see the AT-OT once.
You have to base it on that one time.
Here's the thing. The way TARPs work, they don't even have to be part of the AT-OT in order to be used with it, whereas shields would.
They hang
Shields
up a
would
tarp.
have to be
They
shields.
hang up a tarp
Again, this
because
is an entirely false equivalency that you're making up.
What the gun thing still works because what you're saying is
No,
that
it
they don't
doesn't.
use it, but you're saying what you're saying is that they should use tarps because it's logical that they would use them. But logic does not exist in
Not
Star
only
Wars.
because it's
because
logical
Star
that they would
Wars-
use them, because they exist in Star Wars. We've been shown that they exist. We've been shown that they are used by the same faction that uses the AT-OT, and that our sample size of AT-OT appearances is literally 1. All of the information we have about the
You have
AT-OT
to base it
is
off
based.
of that sample size.
Yeah,
you have to base it off of that.
When we have such little information, obviously we're gonna have to make certain assumptions. How the fuck do you think people make dinosaur renditions? And they keep iterating on that based off of new information that they get. But the fact is, we don't have new information. If they didn't have the ability to use a tarp along with it, then they wouldn't be using it on Felucia, of all planets.
But they are, and they don't. That's why they're bad vehicles.
They're not.
Because
if they were bad vehicles, they would have fucking retired them, or just used an ATT. Because that was all the way at the end of the Clone Wars.
Because you could say that about TIE fighters.
Because TIE fighters were super cheap, and we know that the Empire used TIE fighters as a cost-cutting measure.
Yeah, but we know that they're super ineffective. Saying that they were
effective in large enough numbers.
They never do anything. Saying that something is like stupid and wouldn't be realistic in Star Wars doesn't make sense because things are stupid and they are unrealistic. There is not logic in Star Wars. Star Wars is not logical. You can't be like, because it's logical for them to use tarps, they would use tarps. Because by that point, you could say because it's logical for Star Wars,
You're just wrong. You're just wrong about this. You can obviously assume that people are gonna use something because it's logical. Because
you can't. No, they don't use logic. Star Wars is not a logical. No, they don't.
Maybe they don't use it like they don't use as much as you would like, but they do have logic.
They do not have. They literally say in Star Wars Rebels that putting on the Stormtrooper helmet makes you a worse shot, and despite that's an actual fact, Stormtroopers still use Stormtrooper helmets. Because if they stop
because they'll get in fucking trouble because they're under a Nazi regime.
Why would the Empire do something?
Vigo? I'm doing good. I'm arguing with Big Monkey Nuts over Star Wars things.
Vigo Mortensen. This isn't Lord of the Rings. We're talking about Star Wars. It doesn't even make sense. Your arguments are all based on assumptions. And acting like
because
Star Wars
we have a sample size of 1.
And you have to base it off of that sample size of 1. You can't assume that all AT-OT...
I'm not basing it only on the sample size of 1 of the AT-OT. I'm also combining that with the sample size of how often they use tarps.
If you're trying to tell me that the AT-OT is a good vehicle, then what does it have that an AT-OT doesn't?
Cargo space.
No, it doesn't, because there's no cargo space there. There's just seats for troops.
Obviously, those are removable.
No, you can't say that because you don't. That's just based on assumptions.
Also, okay, let's say they're not removable. Hey, big assumption here. Maybe you can put things on the seat.
And it's not good cargo because you have to balance it on seats. What?
There's seats on either side. You then have 2 points of contact.
Also, how does the cargo get there? How does the cargo get there?
What do you mean? How does
is there
the
like
cargo
a ramp?
get there? Get there? Yeah, there is a ramp.
I don't see a ramp.
Every single version of the AT-OT that we've seen outside of the universe, like as in like merch and stuff, has a ramp there at the back.
Then you can't base it on that. Cause if you're gonna do that, then you have to assume that the ramp is like in the Lego one, where it's super steep.
The Lego one isn't the only one. The Lego one isn't the only one. There's a Hasbro one.
I'm looking at it. I've never seen.
Look up Hasbro AT-OT.
First of all, this isn't even a good way of saying this because oftentimes the toys are not based on.
Sure,
What?
but when
I
they're
don't
the
see
only
this.
information
Wait,
we
this
have.
doesn't exist. This doesn't exist. I can't find it. You just made this up.
ATOT toy. Okay, it's not
You fucking
Hasbro.
You made this up. You fucking made
I
this up.
didn't. No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
You completely made this up.
I could have sworn I've seen like a Hasbro or like a fully molded
Nah,
one.
you literally just made this up.
I swear to God, I've seen an ATOT toy somewhere. I'm looking on Google Images. Titanium series diecast. They have the diecast of that, but that's not. No, I was talking about a bigger plastic one. ATOT and oh, it's not Hasbro, but there's a titanium diecast, but that doesn't have any like play features or movable things.
You see a tarp in any of the toys.
Fuck you.
Also, simply look at the legs. Again, the legs do not have enough.
Nighttime. Sorry, chat. I abandoned you a bit to look at
What?
Google images of. I'm not talking to you.
What are you talking about, chat? Are you insane?
I'm talking to
You need
Vigo.
to wake up, man.
Hi, Vigo.
Vigo.
How's your day
Who's
going?
Vigo? Who is Vigo? Who are you talking about?
I'm talking to Vigo, who said, "Hello, Fishy. How are you doing?" a while ago.
You promised you would start going to therapy for this. You promised.
I'm not
help.
crazy. Good, just existing. It's better than not existing.
Oh my god, he's talking to himself again. Oh, dude.
I'm getting shot at.
They don't exist. They don't exist. What? No, you're not.
Why are you saying Vigo doesn't exist, man? That's rude.
Because you made him up.
Vigo just said he was existing. Come on.
It's like
Are you calling Vigo a liar?
Okay,
Listen,
I'm sorry.
If he were a liar, he would tell me, Vigo, are you lying about existing?
I'm sorry to your imaginary friend. You need to wake up into reality.
You might be talking about a Lego. No, I know about the Lego ATOT, but the ramp on the Lego ATOT is like super steep and impractical for them to go ahead and move things on. See, Vigo says no. Obviously, they're not lying about existing.
Who are you talking about?
Vigo can't lie.
Okay, stop trying to distract me with your dementia, okay? You can't... I'm looking at the ATOT right now. How would they put a tarp on it? You can't just pretend like something can happen when it can't.
You can... Yes, it's not hard to put a tarp on literally anything.
But you can't... But it's Star Wars. It doesn't have... It's not logical. There's no logic in Star Wars.
You're insane.
Unless the logic is based in Star Wars. And in Star Wars, vehicles are stupid all the...
exist, and they function in the exact same way that they do in real life. I am also going to make the bold assumption that they have the ability to put a tarp over a bark speeder.
Oh, they can't because they don't show that. Like,
but
okay, you could say
they very clearly could. It follows internal consistency.
Okay, you could say that, but that you can't just say, "Oh, bark speeders can just do that," because that's not something that like you could say. Oh yeah, they could.
No, I'm not saying bark speeders can do that. I'm saying tarps can do that with bark speeders.
You're acting like the AT. You're making up for faults of a design by assuming things that would fix the design, but at that point you're changing the design.
They have spaceships that can travel into hyperspace and shoot lasers. They're nowhere near to our tech. Exactly. Obviously, they have tarps if they have all that.
They don't follow logic. I'm not saying that like they don't follow logic. In Star Wars, it doesn't make sense saying that they can put a tarp on an
do. So fuck it.
Tarps are barely... You can't just say that they use tarps if they don't use tarps.
They do use tarps.
They don't! I'm looking at the images right now. There is no tarp.
No, I'm saying the people in Star Wars. I'm saying tarps exist and they function exactly how they do in real life.
But that is like saying in Star Wars, Beskar exists, so they could just put Beskar on a droid and then the droid would be indestructible.
No, because Beskar is specifically made, like, described to be as super rare. So clearly it's not, it would be a logistics nightmare to make a Beskar droid army.
How would it be more? I'm not saying about an army. I said one droid.
Or even making one droid would be a logistics nightmare and really not that much of an advantage. It wouldn't be. Again, because of logic, we can assume that they don't do that.
And it's like saying the Empire could use more interdictors, but they won't. Because
okay, now you're just distracting from the actual point. ATOTs are useful.
The point I'm trying to make is that you can't assume that they can do something because it's in their ability and because it's logical. Because at that point,
you literally can
outside of. Because that doesn't make sense. Because that's like saying, why don't stormtroopers like take off their helmets when they're in dire situations and they need to aim? At that point, you're changing Star Wars.
You're just wrong, and you know it.
That's like saying, why don't they put shields on ATST?
Don't you get it? Don't you get it?
Because at that point, it doesn't make sense. It's not an ATST if it has a shield.
Okay, but like, an ATOT with a tarp isn't no longer an ATOT.
It's not an ATOT that exists in the universe because we have no basis for it existing. Like, my point is, you can't
you're assuming that no modifications could ever be made to the ATOT in Star Wars because the one time we saw an ATOT, it didn't have any modifications. That's stupid-ass logic.
If I don't see it, then I can't just assume they can do something. There was actually a
lightsaber-resistant battle droid made, but Palpatine gave the cords to the Jedi and they took out the factory. Yeah, the B3, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it was
but
like made out of cortosis. Not Beskar.
But there's actual... Yeah, well, I don't know if cortosis is even canon anymore.
Yeah, it is. It was in the Acolyte.
Why does no one use it?
Probably also because it's rare. But tarps aren't rare.
First of all, they are. I barely ever see tarps in Star Wars.
Dude, you see tarps all the time.
What are you talking about?
The Ewoks use tarps. The lemurs in that one episode of Clone Wars use tarps. The Felucians, when they're like with the bounty hunters and stuff, they use tarps. Hell, even like in the background of like the skeleton crew,
I have never seen a tarp on a vehicle. Also, saying that they can put a tarp on the ATOT by that logic, why don't they just put a roof on it?
Because that would remove the actual purpose of the ATOT. The purpose of the ATOT is being an open-roofed vehicle that doesn't have limitations past its actual strength to be able to hold cargo.
Why is it open roof?
Because having a closed roof puts a limitation on the volume and shape of something that you can put in its cargo bay. Whereas removing the roof frees it up.
It's super high up in the air. It's super hard to get things on there. Also, it's a troop transport. It's not even a cargo transport.
It is a cargo transport.
If you look at the images, there are people inside it, meaning it is a troop transport. You can't assume it's a cargo transport.
Yes,
Every image of it has seats. Every image of it has seats.
The purpose of the ATOT is to transport clones mainly. That's the only thing we've seen it be used for. But
yeah,
clearly the only event it makes so much more sense to be a cargo transport because of the open tarp.
Doesn't make sense. Star Wars doesn't make sense. Star Wars never makes any sense. You can't just look at the ATOT. Why does it have 4 legs? That will impede its walking.
No, you know why it has 4 legs? Because it needs the strength to be able to carry large cargo loads.
They're right next to each other. If you look at the AT-8...
They have enough space to move that they were able to do a walking animation.
At the image. I'm looking at the image right now. They don't have any space at all. It would have to be moving so
No.
slow if
Look
it
at the
wanted to
clip
move.
from Revenge of the Sith. It's walking. It's moving. Clearly, it
You
can.
yourself aren't using the clip because you don't want to acknowledge the one
Okay,
piece of
first of all, the
information we
ATOT
have
has 8
about it.
legs. Yes, the ATOT has 8 legs.
Yes, I'm saying that the ATTE has
Not
6, and there's no
4,
reason.
two, Dad.
I'm saying at one side. I'm saying 8. Yeah, obviously I meant 8. Also, why do you assume that it's heavier than an ATT? What
I
about
don't
it
assume it's
makes it
heavier. I
heavier?
assume that each leg has a certain weight, like, because the legs are the same design as the ATTE legs. So
Why doesn't
clearly,
it have 6
having
legs?
2 extra legs is for weight management, to be able to carry heavier things without, it's like asking why do 18-wheelers have 18 wheels? Because they're bigger and they need extra wheels.
That's
If
a
you
good point.
only
By your
put it
logic,
on 4
by
wheels,
your
then
logic,
they're gonna
why
pop.
doesn't your logic? You could just say, why doesn't it have wheels?
What do you
You're
mean?
assuming that it can hold cargo, despite the fact that it only has seats. It does not have a place for cargo.
You can put things on top of the seats.
Why would it? Okay, but then you're acting like it's designed for cargo when it's not. It's designed for only troop transport
No,
because there
it's
are
not
only
designed for
troops
only
there.
troop transport. You know what?
It is. Look at the image. Look at the image. There's just
There's a
troops
tank
there.
that
There
has
is no
wheels that the
cargo.
clones use. Yeah, the turbo tank.
Yeah. Also,
That's cool.
How is this more effective than a turbo tank?
Okay,
How is it more
no.
effective?
You know what? I'm
ATT?
emailing George Lucas right now.
Dude, George Lucas is not gonna. Dude,
I'm
you think
emailing
George
him
Lucas
right
cares?
now.
You
Public
think George
relations.
Lucas cares though?
I'm gonna email George Lucas and be like, hey, George Lucas, question. The AT-OT, which was designed for a background scene of Revenge of the Sith, do you think this was primarily a cargo transport or a troop transport?
That is ridiculous that you're asking him if you think that it is a cargo transport, despite that a cargo transport when you know it is a troop transport.
It is both. It can be both.
No, it is not. You are making something up about it.
It can very clearly be both.
Okay, remember that one tiny ship from that was a Lego set that was gonna show up in The Last Jedi? That was super shitty. It had wheels and it didn't show up in the final cut. They made a Lego set on it.
I have no idea what you're talking about. The little turret with legs?
Yeah, I can assume that ship is stupid, despite the fact that it has.
It actually did show up in the movie, just in the background of the scene where Admiral Hux does his thing. Fuck.
Okay. And I can assume that ship is stupid. But someone like you could argue, oh, you don't know that it's stupid. It might be super cool.
It might be.
No, but you have to go based off what you know. You can't be like, someone could just assume that,
and I know that tarps fit over the fucking AT-OT.
At that point, you could be like, oh, I'm gonna assume that tiny little shitty walker can run into a sprint, can extend its legs and do jumps and backflips. Because the one time we saw it, we don't know if it. Yeah, but it's not the ATRT. The ATRT is tiny. I'm talking about that giant walker thing from The Last Jedi. You could say because it only showed up once, you can just assume it can do backflips.
Okay, no, but assuming it's specific specifications is a completely different thing than assuming that you can put a tarp on something. It doesn't matter what truck. In real life, if I tell you I have a Cybertruck or I tell you I have a Ford F-150, it doesn't matter which one I have. I can put a fucking
Cybertruck. That is weird.
It's a fucking example because it's entirely different from the other option I chose. Anyway, also, it doesn't matter what the specifications of the truck are. I could put a tarp on it because of how tarps work.
But that would mean you're using real-life logic, which Star Wars does not have.
It literally does.
In real life, Star Wars does not have real-life logic. Wheels are more effective than
transport shuttle was used to transport cargo via land. Which one's the new class cargo? Let's new class transport shuttle. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, I remember the Lego set of that one. It had the flick fire missiles things. I mean,
Also,
Sure.
why are you?
I'm not sure what your argument there was, Vigo.
He does bring up a good point that also you're assuming that it's a cargo ship when the Republic has way other better options to transport cargo. Why would they use an AT-OT?
I mean, there's obviously gonna be situations where a flying starship, for example, what if you have to get through ray shields? Ships can't fly through ray shields.
You can just unload the cargo, like, not in the ray shield? Because if you're in the ray shield, you're in the enemy
Well, at that point, you don't have to go through the
ray.
ray shield. My hypothetical was if you have to go through a ray shield. Well,
Also,
then
there's
you're going to
nothing
want to use an
there's no
AT-OT
reason
because
to
it doesn't
assume
use
that you can't-
repulsor lifts.
Then why wouldn't you use an ATP?
No, yeah, tanks can go. It's specifically hover tanks that can't go through, but walkers can. Walkers can go through.
Wait,
It's because what
wait.
ray shields block from hover tanks is the repulsor lifts, which are what make it hover. Thank you. And that also blocks ships, and that also, you know, obviously. But yeah, droids and walkers can go through ray shields. No, I got pinged in Texas Plus. Sorry, give me a second.
What? You got paint?
Pinged. Oh, they sent me another video of the salmon exploding. Okay.
What the fuck? Did they just send you a snuff film?
Yes.
What?
I get sent a lot of snuff.
What? What are you talking about?
Just look in QA. No, no. Oh, no. Oh my god. Holy shit. I turned around for 1 minute. Oh, the invite to the Discord is expired? Wait, sorry, give me a second. I just gotta... No, I was telling Two Dad because he's in the Discord. Let me get somewhere safe.
This thing makes me... It wants me to sign up for...
Somebody basically sent me a video of salmons exploding.
No,
yeah,
don't
on Instagram. If you want to join the Discord, you're not really going to be able to see that because in like the Discord for the Minecraft server, like it's a sub Discord, but that's also where I'm most active. Where is it? Sorry, I'm trying to find the invite.
What the fuck?
Here it is. Okay, I'm healing. I'm healing.
Actually, you should try using totems more often.
Totems?
Yeah.
I don't have totems in this world.
I cannot believe you're doing the chip thing on stream. Are you fucking serious?
I was hungry.
What?
What?
I didn't even hear what you said.
I said I was hungry.
Listen, the point of the matter is the argument ends this way. You are assuming that things about the ATOT that are based on what it is not shown, which you can't do. You can't assume something.
The point of the argument is you're comparing the ATOT to vehicles that it is not meant to be compared to. It fills a completely different role than what you are suggesting.
You think it fills a role?
Obviously, if you were to
You
use
are making up. You are making up the idea that it is a cargo ship when it is not a cargo vehicle. You are making that up.
It very clearly is.
That is made up. You cannot say that. It is every image of it. There are seats in the back of it.
Okay.
They don't, and also you're saying they look removable. They don't look removable to me. There's nothing to indicate that you could remove those.
Dude, just remove them. What do you mean?
See, you're just straight up assuming stuff about it.
Just like pick them up and throw them over the side. I don't get it.
You can't pick them up. They're part of the ship. If you look at the design,
you're assuming things. You're assuming things about the ship. They could just
assuming
have like a
because-
screw. They could just have a screw for all you know.
I'm assuming
You're
because the
assuming
chairs
things
are
we've never
literally.
We've never seen
I'm
someone
looking-
we haven't seen someone be unable to remove them, so you're assuming that they can't be removed.
I am assuming because I'm not. Well, actually, it's not an assumption.
You are.
I'm
It
looking
is an
at
assumption.
the image.
It's very
I'm
much an
looking
assumption.
at the image. I'm looking at the image right now. The seats are like brick. Like there's sections in it. There's a place
The
for them
alternate
to
open
put their
transport was
legs.
designed to use to primarily transport infantry and cargo. Boom. According to Wikipedia.
But there's no cargo. But there's no cargo
According to
in it.
Wikipedia, which you used as a source earlier when it was convenient to you.
I use Wikipedia because, okay, if you're going to use Wikipedia, then I can look up, are there architects at the Battle of Endor?
No, I have not set the precedent that I have to accept Wikipedia as a source. You have.
What? That's your argument. You're using it against
you
me.
have to exactly. I am using it against you because you set the precedent that you accept Wikipedia as a source, as a reliable source.
I said that in the case of like battles. I specifically said I would believe Wikipedia when it comes to what ships were at certain battles.
So basically, only
Not-
when it's in favor of your arguments.
Not at the specifications, because I've also looked at the ATOT in Wikipedia, and it says that it goes at a speed which doesn't make any sense. It says that it's faster than like a car that doesn't make any sense because you're realistically seeing that going this fast. I don't remember what it was. It said it
I'm
was
sorry.
going
How
at like
slow do you think cars are? All
What?
cars are faster than all walkers. What?
not in this one. It was saying it was going at like 150 miles per hour, which doesn't make any sense.
Oh. But you already set the precedent, so you have to accept that.
ATOT top speed. It says 250 kilometers per hour or 155 miles per hour. You believe that? You believe that the ATOT goes at 150 miles per hour?
I don't, but you do because Wikipedia said it, and you accept Wikipedia as a source.
When I said I accept Wikipedia as a source, I expressly said first, I do not believe the statistics that it says.
No.
Also, that doesn't change the fact you're acting okay. Wait, on Wikipedia, it says it is mainly a transport for people and also cargo. It says.
Yeah, mainly people and cargo. That's
Does
its
it say on
main use.
Wikipedia that? Does it say on Wikipedia that it has a tarp? No. So you can't just assume that it has a tarp.
I'm not saying that it has a tarp. I'm saying that people can use a tarp with it in the specific situation that you proposed of it raining.
There's also, first of all, but you can't say that. You can't just assume something about a vehicle because it makes sense.
I'm not assuming
also,
it about the vehicle. I'm assuming it about the people that would use the vehicle.
Look at the image of it. What's to stop someone from throwing a grenade up into there? It's like a basket to catch
Nothing,
grenades.
because it's not a fucking tank.
Then why is it in the battle
Vigo
scene?
says that the
What?
ATOT goes a maximum 55 kilometers an hour.
When I look it up, it says 155.
Oh, there goes the diamond axe that I made for this.
Also, if you're saying that it's not meant to be used in a battle, then how come the one time we saw it, it was like one of the only vehicles in a battle?
They weren't in a
In the
battle. What?
Yes, they were. In the Felucia scene, you can see in the background lines up spider droids and tanks.
Yeah, but they
They're about
weren't.
to be in a- They were about to be in a battle, and the ATOTs were in the front lines that were going to be in that battle.
No, they weren't. They were like in the middle.
Okay, there was literally like 4 things in front of them.
Yeah.
There's speed,
And there were
there's
like 3
swamp
things
speeder,
behind them. What's your point?
there's 2 swamp speeders and an ATTE. That's all that's in front of it from being part of a battle, obviously, and it has turrets.
But it's not in the heat of battle. Like, obviously, it's an armored pickup truck. It's not a tank.
What are you trying to... I'm not saying it's a tank. I'm saying that it's a bad transport because this has no advantages to those troopers just being in the ATT.
You're just in... It has advantages. You're just
What
not
is the
wanting to
advantage?
accept them.
What is the advantage? What
The
why
cargo
would you
advantage.
think
It has the cargo advantage.
But it's not using cargo. In the scene we see it, it's being used to transport troops.
How do you know they didn't just drop everything off?
What do you mean?
They could be on their way back from dropping their cargo off.
Why would the troops get it? What?
It could be empty. They could have no cargo because they arrived at their location, dropped off the cargo, and what we see in the movie is them heading back.
So, you're telling me it's easier for them to drop off the cargo, then install all the chairs? Also, you're not even mentioning the fact that if you look at the image, there's literally spaces for the chairs. I don't see how you think these are removable. It looks stuck in place. There's benches, and there's like a little hallway where they would put their feet.
You're assuming that they're not removable.
Yes, because if I look at the image, they're not removable. There would be a big indent there that would not be optimal for transportation.
What do you mean?
I don't know how to explain this without showing you the image. If you look up the image of the ATOT...
Send me the image. Send me the image you're looking at. Had to send a DM to where... Oh, you sent a DM to me? Ha! What? Okay, the ATOT was meant to more easily transport troops while it stays in the back and deploys the clones, while the tanks, like the HETE, go out to the front to deal heavy damage, and tank so that the ATOT can deploy all of its troops. And the 4 cannons it has is to defend itself. It was never meant to actually fight. It can. That is why the ATT and many other tanks were created to fight in the front line. Thank you. I fully agree.
That doesn't change that it's still a bad vehicle. There's nothing to protect it from the sides. Someone could still just run up with a grenade.
Dude, just duck.
Just duck?
Yeah. It's the same as using any other barrier.
I'm saying if someone throws a grenade up there, it's completely useless. You could simply go off of the fact,
any other command center. So
okay, you could simply go off the fact that, okay, it's a transport. Like, why are the walls so low? Like, why are the troopers so exposed to anything? Also, if you look at the image,
so they can shoot over the wall.
But that doesn't change the fact that that's less effective than if they're in like an ATT.
No, because if they're in an ATT, they can't shoot out at all.
But it's bunching them all up into one little area where they can all die instantly if someone just happens to throw a grenade there.
That's the thing. It's not going to be put in that position because it's not going to be in the front lines because that's not what the fuck the ATOT was made for.
How is it more effective then? If it's just transporting troops, how is it more effective than a gunship, which can go in, drop troops, and then fly away?
It has the advantages of being a walker. It's just a different use case.
Walkers are less useful than ships.
No, they can go into a more cramped area than a gunship. They can...
Barely. It's huge. It's ginormous. It doesn't look like it could go into that many places that a gunship wouldn't.
It can because gunships move faster, so they wouldn't be able to maneuver. Like, maneuvering a gunship through a tight area like that is going to be much harder and probably more expensive. Hover tanks are
more expensive?
Yeah, I'm guarantee you that fueling a gunship and fueling, like, a walker, I guarantee you the walker's cheaper to fuel. The ATOT was never in the front lines. It was kept in the back to deploy troops while being protected, and the other tanks already deployed clones. Yes, exactly.
I'm gonna go off of your logic then. If it's so effective, then why does it not show up in the Clone Wars? Because you're saying that your arguments against the other things were that they didn't show up in that many things. With the Architans, you were like, we don't know what they did. We know what happened in the Clone Wars. They never show up there. And they're never used to transport troops.
We don't know.
We do know. In all the Clone Wars, it's not there. It never shows up.
No, I'm saying we don't know why they didn't use it. For all we know, it could have just been super expensive to produce, or maybe there was an issue with the production line, and then they weren't able to make as many as they wanted to, or like we don't know.
If those are issues, then you know they're not effective.
No, because those aren't issues with the model. Those are issues with the deployment and with the what's it called?
You just said it. You said it would be cheaper than a gunship, which I don't understand because a gunship would be way more effective and it could go in and out. And also, a gunship is way less likely to like get destroyed in the process. If you're using real logic like you wanted to, then yeah. How is this more effective than a gunship?
I'm not
At
saying it's
transporting
more
troops or
effective than a
cargo.
gunship. I'm saying it's not useless.
But it's not useful.
Yes, it is.
When you have access to gunships, why would you need this?
I mean, if you need to get through a ray shield. If you need to get through it. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. No.
Also, what are you doing? Why are you just standing there? Why are you standing there?
Oh, fuck. Oh, no. I don't know how to.
Oh, you can live this. You have full health. Just stand there and stab him. What? What?
Shit.
Just stab him. Why are you running? Stab him. Turn around and hold up your shield. Oh, your shield's about to break.
Yeah, my shield's about to break.
Oh, then just run to water. Why are you digging? I don't think that's a good idea. I think you should run to water.
I don't have big bodies of water nearby.
Just run. Just run.
No, I can
Keep on running. Don't stop running.
Ooh. Oh, fuck off.
Keep on running. Keep on running.
Dead. I already died.
Oh, I'm watching your stream. I don't know. Yeah, you should have just ran.
I was trying to get the fucking water bucket because there's no nearby bodies of water.
He could have just ran. Let me tell you, folks, he could have just ran. What the fuck? A tree just grew.
Yeah, they do that.
Okay. Okay. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. I think our argument has come to an impasse.
The ATOT was deployed by a ship that carried it to the ground. Yeah, the dropship. What? I don't get it. What was the point of the dropship? I want to understand what you were saying.
Doesn't that make it more expensive because you're having to use a dropship than just a regular gunship?
I mean, that's the same as any other walker.
Yeah, but other walkers are used.
It has
as
the
tanks,
advantages. It has all the
transport.
same advantages that any other walker would have.
No, it doesn't, because other walkers are tanks, not cargo transport ships that are not meant to be in battle. You already admitted that
it's
not
meant to be in battle. It's not meant to be on the front lines and like aggressively like in the midst of battle. It's like I said, I keep comparing it to a modified pickup truck with like a few machine guns strapped to the side. Like it's like something a militia would use to like, you know, to transport their people, to transport cargo while being able to defend itself in a tight spot. Like it's
That is not a good comparison because at that point, then I'm comparing it to a gunship, which would be a flying cargo thing that's fully encased, way more effective, easier to deploy, because you don't have to use another cargo thing to drop it off. You can just use a Republic gunship. I admit that, yeah, I guess if there's a ray shield, then it would be useful, but it would only ever be useful in that super specific scenario.
If you just don't want to be seen in the fucking skies, like
it is ginormous. It is way more of a target.
It has more of an advantage of being able to take advantage of cover than any ship would be able to. Ships rely on their ability to dodge rather than their ability to.
On Fallujah specifically, it would be ineffective because there's so many places for droids to hide and just wait and then throw a grenade into it.
Not if they don't know it's there. Also,
but it's huge. It's giant. Like I'll give it to you. If this thing had wheels instead of it being a walker, then I would be completely fine with it. But it's super slow. It has It has legs.
No, but you can say that about any walker. Come on.
No, because what do you mean? I don't think an AT-AT would not be better if it had wheels.
Dude, an AT-AT with wheels is just a turbo tank. Yeah, it would be better.
That is not the same. The AT-AT does not have side
Dude,
blasters or anything.
the turbo tank was literally like one of the first designs for an AT-AT. Like it was, like when they were making Revenge of the Sith, they used the first concept arts of the AT-AT, which was the turbo tank, to make the turbo tank.
But that doesn't change the fact that an AT-AT has way more advantages. Also, I'm not saying a turbo tank isn't still used. No, I'm not saying that. A turbo tank is still super useful, and it doesn't make sense that...
I'm saying that the wheel argument, you can make it about any... You can make it about any walker, because walkers are just ineffective, and the only reason they exist in Star Wars is because they're cool.
I'm saying it's fine for something to exist in Star Wars and for you to just accept that it's a bad vehicle, like the AT-OT. That it's just not as useful as a gunship would be. It does nothing that a gunship couldn't.
I'm not saying that no vehicles in Star Wars are, like, bad ideas. I'm saying the AT-OT specifically isn't a bad idea.
It is a bad... What does it do that a gunship can't? Apart from go through ray shields, which is just not something that I could imagine.
It can take advantage of cover. By the looks of it, it can carry more cargo. It doesn't have the limitation of having a roof with cargo.
Yeah, but a gunship... Dude, it's so slow that a gunship could go off, drop off stuff, then go back and drop off stuff again.
No, that all depends on the distance and what's between the two areas. Come on, there's a lot more factors to consider here.
Yeah, but it's super slow.
Oh, sorry, wait, Vigo's asking, both of you, who is your favorite clone trooper? I gotta go with Hardcase.
Okay, first of all, there's one objective correct answer. I'm sorry. She said the wrong one. 99, no, wait, I thought it was sixes.
Oh, sixes. You're right.
Yeah, sixes. He's the best. Canonically, sixes.
No,
I think he like bitch slapped. No, he's canonical. No. Sixes is canon. You can't tell me sixes isn't canon. Canonically, sixes bitch slapped Grievous. He also canonically, when Sidious called him to Order 66, Sidious was like, "Oh shit, I miscalled you," and then he had to apologize.
Sorry, wrong number.
So much.
Oh, all right. Later, Vigo. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by and defending me in my AT-OT rant.
You found the only Star Wars fan that would ever agree with you on this. I
guarantee you there are more of us.
There's 5. There is 5.
No.
You should go in the Guinness World of Book Records because no one would ever agree with you on this.
What is it? How is this a world record?
Because somehow the two people that think that the AT-OT isn't a stupid vehicle happen to like find each other.
What would the record be? Most people who like the AT-OT on YouTube?
Yes.
Comments?
Yes.
What, like...
Yes, it would be that. I'm just saying it's rare. Most people agree with me on this.
Yes, most stupid people.
Also, you were just blatantly wrong about the fleet thing.
Oh, fuck you. No, I was not, and you know it.
Well, no, I agree with the Cart's ladder's logic. I don't want to just pull out the, oh, this person's more qualified than you, but legitimately, yeah.
Dude, you have not given me a good argument as to why we can assume what the average Imperial fleet is.
Because we can't. We've seen thousands of Imperial fleets.
No, we have not seen thousands. We have at the most seen hundreds.
I'm sure if you're looking through all the different depictions of all the storylines of Star Wars, all the comics, all the books.
We're looking at canon, and we have not breached 1,000.
I never said. Wait. I never said canon. I didn't say canon. I never said
Legends, then they have like 1 million different more super weapons. Doesn't matter what fucking fleet.
But the super weapons would still not be part of their average fleet.
Even then, we don't
canon
have
and
enough...
Legends.
My argument still stands that we don't have enough of a large enough data pool to be able to pull.
Any
To be
data
able to
pool
get
is a
the-
large enough data pool
No,
to
it's
pull out an
not.
average.
Oh my god! You have you guys studied statistics yet?
What? You guys?
Yeah, like you in your high school. Estadística, ¿no te han enseñado estadística?
Don't talk about my personal life, man. Don't do that. Don't
It
talk
is
about that
like
personal-
statistics
Hey,
101 that
nah,
the
you
the
just
smaller
gave
a
up.
pool
Like,
size.
nah, you just said something about me that's personal. That's weird, man. Cut that out. Cut that out.
It's a live stream. I can't do that.
Cut it out. That was weird,
That's
man.
not a thing. Anyway, it is
Also,
statistics
what I-
101 that the smaller a pool size is, the more likely it is to be inaccurate.
You have to base it off of what you know. You can't just assume things. And also, it's a hypothetical. You're not supposed to take it serious. Like, you're not supposed to be like, oh,
You're
yeah.
about to
I'm
say
just
you're
gonna-
not supposed to take it seriously when we've been in a call for like 3 hours arguing about
Okay, the
this?
point is-
Fuck you!
It is.
Fuck
Oh,
you!
it is Star Wars. It is fucking Star Wars. You can just base it off of what you know. You don't have to be like you don't have to be like, oh, it's a galaxy-wide thing. You've constantly tried to involve real logic into this, which doesn't make
Yes.
any sense.
Of course I'm gonna involve real logic. That's how I involve real logic in literally everything. That's how I navigate the world around me.
But it's a fiction. It's an act of fiction. It doesn't use real-world logic.
If I'm not gonna use real world logic, then I'm gonna say, oh, the ATOT has like ratios that I'm just gonna like, if I'm not using logic, then I'm just gonna be like, the ATOT can actually also fly and was worth $2, and they only didn't use them because Palpatine was like, you know what, we're gonna win the Clone Wars immediately if we use the ATOT everywhere, and I don't want that because, like.
I'm saying
If
that
I'm
is
not
the
using
same thing
logic,
I'm
then
saying.
that's what my argument is. If we're not using logic, then that's why the ATOT is useful.
I'm saying that if you're going to use talking about fiction in hypotheticals, you have to use the logic of that universe. You can't.
Which I have.
No, you haven't. You were talking about like
In
how
the universe,
different-
we've seen tarps, we've seen the people in the same faction use tarps, we've seen how tarps work exactly the same as in our reality.
But you don't see them used on the vehicle you're talking about, so you can't just
It's
assume.
still consistent with the internal logic that they would be able to use a tarp on the ATOT.
But you're making up stuff about the universe that isn't true. Also, just because it exists in the universe doesn't mean that they'll use it.
I'm not saying that it's something that like, oh, existed once in the universe. No, this is things that they have been known to use.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they will use it because they're not smart when it comes to
to
Star Wars is not logical. They don't make good decisions. Their things are not based on logic. It doesn't make any sense if you're fighting in space to fight each other like it's a starship, like it's a pirate ship, and only attack each other from the side. Every fleet battle is organized like it's a game of like Battleship. That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, honestly, that I can just chalk up to like, it being easier to understand for the, like, it's just kind of an accepted convention of warfare.
No, because the answer is it's stupid that they treat space like it's the ocean. And it's because it's Star Wars. There's some things that are they happen because it's Star Wars, not because it makes any sense.
Well, they do treat it like space occasionally, but it's treated like a big deal, like, like, oh, shit.
It's just like how they don't use orbital bombardments when it would make perfect sense. The whole reason they don't do that is because it's Star Wars. They're not going to do something that would be tactically smart. They're going to do something that's going to look cool because it's Star Wars.
Okay, it would look cool for them to put a tarp on it. Boom. Beat you.
Clearly it doesn't because they didn't do that.
Doesn't matter. It would look cool, so they would do it. That's your logic there.
What I'm saying is that I'm basing off of what they do. You're basing it off of what you think it would make sense that they could do.
Which you have to when your sample size of what they would do with it is 1. All
You have to base
information
it off
about
of-
it is speculation.
You have to base it off of what they do. You can't just be like, oh, they would do this because
Okay,
it would
you
make
have to
more
base it
sense.
off of what I see, and what I see is an open troop transport, which the main advantage to that would be cargo. So yeah, it's a simple logic. It's not a baseless assumption.
It is a baseless assumption.
No, it's
You're
not.
just assuming that they
I
would.
just explained the base of the assumption to you.
You can't. It doesn't have a tarp on it. It does. That's not a part of it.
But you can assume that they would use it.
No, you can't because it's not on
It's
it.
fully consistent with their internal logic.
But no, it is not. They have not once done it, so they don't do it. It's like, why wouldn't they just make? You could make so many arguments like that, and the answer is always just going to be, well, they haven't done it, so that wouldn't be realistic.
That is not how logic works.
In Star Wars, I'm saying. You can't use real world, like, Star Wars isn't based on
logic is the same whether it's in real world or in Star Wars.
That is not even remotely true! Space in Star Wars is not even slightly like real life in any way.
But
It shows no similarities.
That, like, the differences in the laws of physics have nothing to do with the logic of whether they would think it's a good idea or not to use a tarp.
Star Wars, objectively,
Those are
Star Wars is
entirely
not
different things.
objectively. Star Wars is not tactical. They are not smart when it comes to tactics. So you can't just assume that they would do something because tactically it would make sense.
That's
Because
not
they
even
don't make
tactically
sense
it would make
tactically.
sense. Okay, they have used tarps to fucking hide from the rain. Have they not? Yes or no?
I don't remember, but I assume
They did
so, yeah.
in the... Okay, we'll accept that they have. I have an exact example of them doing that in the 2D Clone Wars animated show.
I'm not denying that. I'm obviously not going to try to deny that tarps exist in Star Wars. Yes, I know
Tarps exist in Star Wars. They use tarps to hide from the rain. The faction that uses the AT-OT uses tarps. Come on, it's not that big of a... That's not that
Not
big
on
of a jump to be
AT-OT.
like, hey, let's just bring it up onto the
Okay,
vehicle
okay.
that we're gonna
What
ride.
your argument, the argument that you're saying is the same as being like, okay, the Empire has access to all the Republic resources, correct? So, why don't they use Republic starfighters since they're way more effective?
They did for the entirety of the Bad Batch.
Yeah, but then they drop them despite the fact that they're still more effective and replace them with starfighters.
Because of marketing.
Wait, so you're saying that the Empire would sacrifice something that's tactically smart because of marketing?
Yes.
Okay, then they wouldn't. Then the Republic would.
That's why they designed the AT-ATs to be so tall, despite that being such an obvious weak point.
And the AT-OT would not use it because of marketing. The AT-OT. I mean, there's nothing. At that point, you're accepting that Star Wars has bad design. So I don't see why it's so hard to accept that it's a design flaw. The AT-OT has design flaws.
I'm not
like. Why is that something that you're?
Okay, you are comparing it. You're saying it's a bad design because you're saying it's a tank or like exclusively a troop transport.
I'm saying it's a bad design because it doesn't make any sense in Star Wars, and it's just objectively a bad design. There's nothing wrong with accepting that it is a stupid design.
What makes it a bad design? If it's a because obviously
because the troops are exposed.
But if it's mainly used for cargo and troops, then it clearly has its advantages. It's the same as the back of a pickup truck in real life. Like it still provides some cover. It's better than nothing. Are you still there? Oh, you got muted.
I had to mute. I'm saying objectively, it's just not. It is a flawed vehicle in comparison to other vehicles, and you can't assume it has a tarp. You just have to accept.
That's the problem. You're comparing it to other vehicles when it's clearly meant to serve a different role than those other vehicles.
Sorry, what did you say? I was distracted.
I said that's the thing. You're comparing it to other vehicles when it's clearly meant to serve a different role than those vehicles.
Transport, and comparing it to a gunship, which does a better job at transporting.
The main differences between that are, one, that it's a land-based vehicle, and two, that it's open-topped. The gunship has a huge, like, a very limiting factor in how much can be fit in its cargo bay, which the ATOT
also,
does
if it
not.
rains,
Clearly, that's an
if it
advantage.
rains, things are gonna get wet. I don't think that's a good thing. I think raining
Again, tarp. Again, tarp. That's
you
where
are
the tarp comes in.
inventing something, but you can't just say that. You're inventing that.
We're just going in circles at this point. You're just not going to accept regular, normal logic because you're stupid.
Yes. Okay, yes, that is true. I am not going to accept regular logic in Star Wars. I don't see how that's a controversial take.
Because regular logic should apply to everything.
Not in Star Wars, because they don't make logical decisions.
Yes, they do. They don't make, like, the best tactical decisions 100% of the time, but people don't do that in real life either.
Star Wars constantly makes ridiculously stupid. If they truly wanted to be efficient, they could just, like, use guns. Their in-lore explanation for not using guns is that it's morally wrong. Meanwhile, they're literally Sith Lords that, like, torture people on the regular as, like, a part of their normal routine. What do you mean it's morally wrong to shoot people? Just objectively, there are things.
The ATOT.
I'm saying that objectively in Star Wars, things are not based in logic, and simply people make decisions that are stupid. And people design dumb vehicles.
No, but when there are leaps in logic made, it's usually to serve a purpose of either narrative origins,
not true.
or just for things to look cool, like with the blasters. So they're like, obviously, lasers just look cooler. But neither of those reasons exist for the TARP argument.
A lot of the time when they make decisions, it's not because, like, tactically it's not realistic, like, bad decisions. It's just because the writers were like, oh, this needs to happen this way.
Potato? Sorry, back when you said hi, apparently my mic was muted. I had responded to you the first time. I've been arguing with Big Monkey Nuts in a VC about Star Wars stuff.
What the fuck?
What?
The point is, you can't just assume something about a ship if it's not, like, unless you see it being used.
I'm not assuming it about the ship, I'm assuming it about the tarps.
Which are not part of the ship and would not be on the ship.
They would be on the ship because they're a completely separate thing that they can use at their leisure.
It's cool
when they feel like it.
Okay, it's cool that you think that, but for example, that's the same as me saying Grievous has killed hundreds of Jedi. Although I'm a Grievous fan and I would love for that to be the case, that's just based on assumption, and it would make sense that Grievous has killed
I would
many
guess more
Jedi.
Like dozens. But
let's say
realistically. No, that is a safe assumption to make because one, he has the reputation of a Jedi killer. Two, he has multiple lightsabers, not just 4. 3, we see him kill.
I agree.
That is a logical assumption to make, and it is based on real life logic.
And I wish I could say that, but as a Grievous fan, I can't deny that if someone wants to trash talk Grievous and say, "Oh, he's never killed 5 Jedi," then objectively, I can't argue against that because if I'm basing it on Star Wars,
I see what you're doing. Oh no, I see why you're so stuck on the ATOT. It's because you're huffing copium. You want someone else to be just as wrong about liking someone as you are with Grievous. Oh, I get it. There. Okay. No, I'll let you have this. No, don't worry. I'll let you have it. You don't have to argue anymore.
Okay, what I am saying is that if you're going to assume, you have to go based on what you know. Or I can say, oh, it makes sense that Boba Fett would not act like the way he does in the Boba Fett show. But objectively, he did act that way, so I can't say that.
Dude, I understand why you need this, so I'm gonna let you have it.
if I'm going, I have to go based on what I know about the thing. I can't just make something up the way you are about making up making up that Architects were at the Battle of Endor and making up that they used tarps on ATOTs.
Did
It
that
would
feel
make
good?
sense. I agree. It would make sense for them to use Architects at the Battle of Endor and for them to use tarps on ATOTs. Those would all make sense, and those would all be in the ability of, like, those would all be realistic. But they don't.
Did it feel better getting that off your chest now?
Yeah?
Good. I'm glad for you.
Okay. Also, there was just no way you were ever gonna admit that you're wrong in anything. So, like,
I mean, were you?
yeah. I
No.
admitted several
I
times.
gave you fully logical explanations for my things, and you aren't able to accept them. Like, there's just no...
Well, most of the time, the person in the chat was right about things. Okay, from this thing, okay, I will admit what has changed about me. What has changed about me is that, yes, I accept that the ATOT is now a cargo vehicle because it says it.
On
However,
Wikipedia.
that doesn't change the fact. Yeah, it doesn't change the fact that it is still a stupid vehicle. It doesn't change the fact that it has 8 legs when it should have 6.
Okay, if it's a
Doesn't change that
cargo
it's
vehicle,
slow.
if you accept that it's a cargo vehicle, how is it a bad cargo vehicle?
I'm not done. I'm not done because there's better options that are cheaper and more used.
How do you know it's
Also,
cheaper? You
I'm not done. I'm
yourself
saying-
said, do you have to base things on what we know? How do you know the other things are
Yes.
cheaper?
Well, I'm guessing because they're never
see,
used.
you're
in
guessing. No, you have to guess on things you know.
Okay, okay.
So you can't use
I
that as an
assume-
argument for yours.
Okay, then I am saying because they're never used in any scene apart from that, that they're not useful. Also, I'm gonna base off of what I see, and if I see it and it doesn't have a tarp, then I'm not gonna act like it has a tarp.
You know the real reason they didn't use the ATOT? It's because they didn't want to have to make a new model for another walker for their animators to do in the Clone Wars.
Also, it's just not a good vehicle.
Okay, let's go to that point. You admit that it's a cargo vehicle, yes?
I admit that it is a
No, you already said you admit that it's a cargo vehicle.
Not a cargo vehicle, it's a transport of troops and cargo.
Yeah.
You're acting like it's just a cargo
I'm not saying
vehicle.
it's not a troop transport. I'm saying it is a cargo. That doesn't exclude it from being a troop transport.
Oh,
So you accept it is
first
a
of all,
cargo vehicle.
It's a cargo
Let me-
based on Wikipedia.
Do you accept that it is a cargo vehicle? Yes or no?
Based on Wikipedia, that is what it says.
Do you accept it though?
I don't personally agree with Wikipedia most of the time, so no.
So you're not accepting that it's a cargo vehicle. Then we can't advance
No.
at all because you previously said you accepted it's a cargo vehicle, and now you're going back on that because you know where I'm gonna go with this, and you know you're gonna lose.
I'm saying, first of all, I've not come close to losing. You just have not listened to what I've said. Like,
You
we just
haven't
disagree on a thing.
You have just
isn't that
basically
what
been saying "nuh-uh" to everything I've said.
That's what you've been saying to me! When we were arguing about the Architects, I said, I'm looking at the footage, there's
We're
no
talking
Architects.
about the
You said-
ATOT. Stop distracting
What?
from other things.
The thing
Stop
that I said
changing
where
the topic because it's
You're
convenient for you.
mentioning-
The
you're
ATOT
mentioning-
is a
You
cargo
are
vehicle,
mentioning,
yes or no?
Okay, you are mentioning the Wikipedia thing because I said that I was basing the starfighters, that I was saying that there would be Architects at the Battle of Endor if it said on Wikipedia. So it makes sense that I'm mentioning that old topic because you're referencing the Wikipedia thing as your main argument.
What I was saying is that you keep flip-flopping about whether you accept that it's a cargo vehicle or not. And without that, the crux of any of this argument is irrelevant. Because obviously, it's not a good tank. Obviously, it's not the
You want
best...
my answer? Okay. My answer is I can concretely say I believe that it is a cargo vehicle if I'm going based off of Wikipedia.
Okay.
But if
Okay, let's
if I'm
accept
going
for the
based
sake
off,
of...
like-
Okay, whatever. For the sake of argument, Let's say it's a cargo vehicle. Fuck, I just hit a B.
Okay, so we're going off of Wikipedia then. If you accept that, then you have to be going off of Wikipedia because there's no basis.
Sure. We're gonna accept that Wikipedia. Well, okay, no, it could. It could be based off of the descriptions of it from the. Now, this is me assuming because I don't, obviously have these books, but the books that are like the cross sections and stuff. I'm guessing that's where Wikipedia got it from, like the description of it as a cargo vehicle. Anyway, if we accept that it is a cargo vehicle, how is it a bad vehicle if it's a cargo vehicle?
Because it has an open roof.
So
that leaves the troops.
That's an advantage for cargo vehicles. By that logic,
because it leaves the troops exposed to the elements. Same with the cargo.
No, by that logic, then why in real life do people ever use pickup trucks instead of always using minivans or vans?
Well, in real life, they can use tarps because I've seen pickup trucks with tarps.
And
in Star Wars,
what is stopping them from using tarps?
Nothing. But there's nothing stopping them.
If it is such an easy thing that we've seen them do, that we can easily assume that we know for a fact they have the ability to do. There is precedent of them using it in other situations, and it makes full sense for them to use it here. And the only example we have of this is the one time it's seen. How is it a jump in logic to assume that they probably have used it at some point, and even if they couldn't, they could use it, making the vehicle itself useful, whether the people who were using it used it to its full potential or not?
Because you're changing the vehicle at that point, and it's not
I'm not changing the vehicle. I'm using something in conjunction with the vehicle. That's like saying that that like putting on a glove is all of a sudden like a different shirt. Like, no, like that all of a sudden you're wearing a different shirt because you have a glove on. That's not.
Oh,
you're not changing the vehicle.
Is that you can't just be like, oh, this flaw can be fixed this way if it isn't. It's not fixed that way.
It is, though. That is specifically the tarp thing is specifically because you say, oh, what do they do when it's raining? They use a tarp.
No, they don't. You can't just assume that they use a tarp if they don't use a tarp.
Well, then you can't use the what do they do when it's raining argument because we never see it in the rain.
Yeah, but I know that
we never
like they're
see it in the rain, so for all we know, it has a retractable roof that it can do too. Like, we don't see it in the rain, so we just don't know what they do in the rain. The most logical explanation is they just use a tarp, but you're not willing to accept that, despite admitting that it's the most logical explanation.
Well, first of all, but yes, it is the most logical explanation, but it is Star Wars, and they don't use logic.
They do use logic in Star Wars.
Why would they use why would they start jousting with speeder bikes? How does that make any sense?
Because it's cool, and logic takes a backseat next to cool, and not using a tarp doesn't make it less cool, so that doesn't apply here.
I don't think tarps are cool.
I don't think not having a tarp is cool either. Like, what?
Tarps objectively just hide whatever the technology is.
That's why I'm saying it's not that's not a factor here. If tarps weren't cool, then they wouldn't exist in Star Wars at all.
I don't think they exist because like they're just background things. Also, not everything that exists in Star Wars is based on whether it's cool.
The things that are leaps in logic are like that because in sacrifice of narrative or of coolness.
I'm saying that you just can't change something about a universe because it makes sense.
I'm not changing anything about the universe.
You're saying that they would put a tarp on a vehicle. There's no basis for that.
That doesn't contradict any of the internal logic of the universe. That's not changing something about the universe. If anything, it's adding something to the universe. Sure, I'll take that. But it's not changing something about the universe.
You're assuming something that you have no basis to assume.
I have so much basis to assume.
You're just it's not the ATOT. It's
Just
an
because
ATOT with
it
a tarp.
specifically hasn't been shown doesn't mean you can't assume that it has happened. That's like, okay, let's say
Yeah,
Watto. Okay,
that's
Watto.
like
Never have we seen Watto eat a meal. Are you gonna assume
that's
that
like
Watto
saying,
can't eat?
okay,
Are you gonna assume that
no,
Watto has
wait,
never eaten anything in his life? Because
what you're
we haven't
saying
seen him
more
eat.
accurately to what you're saying would be, oh, we've never seen what if Watto's a Jedi, so he might be a Jedi.
No, that's entirely different. Because we have no precedent for Watto being a Jedi. We do have a precedent for the Republic using tarps.
We do not have a precedent for them using tarps on vehicles. Like I've never seen the ATOT with a tarp. Simply put,
I've never seen Watto eat a meal. He clearly hasn't eaten anything ever then.
you can't just
That's
you're
exactly
changing
what
the
your
vehicle at that point.
no. That's exactly what your logic is.
That is my You're the same thing. Then you're assuming that they would use a tarp.
I would be 100% sure in assuming that Watto has eaten a meal at some point.
Yes. How is that the
Yeah,
same as him using a tarp?
Because it is simply, one, there is precedent for it. Two, it is obviously very consistent with okay, no. It doesn't make sense
You're
because
comparing eating to something that makes tactical sense, which is
no,
different
it
because in
doesn't make
Star Wars,
tactical sense. It just makes sense. It's not a tactic to hide from the rain.
you're acting like Star Wars isn't a movie. That's the thing that I don't. Okay, the
It's
eating
not
thing
a
is a bit
movie.
ridiculous.
It's a
However,
franchise, actually.
I could assume, yeah. Do Star Wars characters go to the bathroom? I never see them go to the bathroom.
Actually,
so
in
you
The
could make that
Mandalorian, they
argument.
have the refresher. They do have the That's not even an assumption. That did happen.
But I never see any of the main characters. So you could be like, oh, the main characters never go to the bathroom in Star Wars.
Yeah, exactly. That's your logic.
Yeah, no, that's yours, because I'm not going to be like, no.
You're no. I'm
okay,
saying.
wait. Let me finish my argument. Let me finish my argument. I'm saying that if someone goes up to me and they say Star Wars characters don't go to the bathroom, then I'm not going to be like, no, they go to the bathroom because that makes sense that they would go to the bathroom. They have bathrooms and they reasonably go to the bathroom. I'm just going to be like, okay, sure. Like, there's nothing that I can say to disprove that.
Yes, there is, though. They've used the bathroom. Bathrooms exist.
I've literally only seen it in The Mandalorian.
The Mandalorian, who is human, which is like the most common species in Star Wars. Also, which is our species. Also, we see people eat, which means they have a digestive system. Like, even though we don't have footage of the main characters literally taking a shit, you can assume that they have taken a shit.
You're not thinking of it as a movie, you're thinking about it realistically, which doesn't make sense.
It literally does make sense, though.
It's like in movies where the characters, their hair is like never wet despite the fact that they should be in like certain scenes, where it's like you're not just gonna be like, you're not gonna harp on that specific thing as like a big problem. It's just like, oh, that's just the case. I don't know.
You're the one that's harping on about this.
You're the one that's like, oh, they should use a tarp because it makes sense. Well, just because it makes sense doesn't mean they would do that.
Yes, it does. They have a precedent. They have done it before.
They've never put that on an ATOT.
Not on an ATOT specifically, but they've used a tarp and they've used an ATOT, and the ATOT and tarps aren't particularly, like, there's nothing stopping them from doing it.
And that's like saying, oh, blasters exist and lightsabers exist. Every Jedi should use blasters and lightsabers at the same time. Where it's like, you're not wrong, but they don't do that. So I'm
usually do end up using a blaster at some point.
Yeah, I'm saying like at the same time, like Cal Kestis.
Or like Ezra Bridger, or like Anakin, or like Obi-Wan. They don't main it because they don't want to carry around a blaster because philosophically they're against it.
My point is, it's just things don't make sense in Star Wars. That's like they don't make logical decisions. You can't just act like they will now. You can't act like they will now in this. No, they don't. They make so many illogical decisions
Just
in Star
because
Wars.
they
Nothing
also make illogical decisions doesn't mean they don't make logical decisions.
Logically, it does not make sense for the characters to not take out a Glock.
To
Or
not
to
what?
not just
Take out a Glock?
take out a Glock and shoot their enemies. That's
Again,
what it would be like.
That is in service of something being cool or not in our real life, and that doesn't apply here because, let's be real, a tarp being there or not being there isn't cool or not cool. It just is.
But it changes the impracticality of the vehicle.
Exactly. That's why I'm
you
saying
have
it's
to
more
base-
practical than you're giving it credit for.
It's not. But you're making that up. You can't just. Okay, you are right if I ever see an ATOT with a tarp. But until then, I'm not going to assume that they can do that.
You absolutely can assume that they do that.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm wrong. I will assume that they can do that. But I will never assume that they will do that. Because I would have to get. That would be me, like.
Okay, all right, let's say the Republic never in the history of the galaxy used the tarp on the ATOT. That doesn't change the fact that the ATOT itself was useful. That was just the Republic misusing it. Even if they never did, the ATOT still ends up being useful.
Okay, so the ATOT would be useful if it had a roof then.
No,
That's basically what everyone
because
has
its main advantage is the cargo, and having an unlimited volume size is only possible with not having a roof.
So the only counter to the elements is if it had a tarp. So the ATOT would be a very useful vehicle if it had a tarp, but it doesn't.
No, not if it have a tarp. I'm saying when it needs it, you can use a tarp with it.
It doesn't have that though.
Fuck you, man. You're just not. That's ridiculous.
If I ever see
it doesn't have it.
If I ever see an ATOT using a tarp, then you're right. But until then, you have no basis.
Right. I'm already right. It's
you're
useful independently of whether people have used it with a tarp or not. Because you're not going to need a tarp in every situation. You're not even going to need a tarp in most situations that you're going to be using that vehicle in.
But if it starts raining, it's going to get really uncomfortable for those troopers.
And that's the case in which you would use a tarp.
But they won't. Unless you're just assuming that they will, which you have no reason.
If they won't, the ATOT is still useful, because they could have.
Yeah, but they'll be wet.
No, because they would have used a tarp.
No, they won't.
But that's not the fault of the ATOT. That's the fault of the people. That's not the fault of the ATOT. That is not... The ATOT itself is still useful. Just because the people misuse it, you can't... That's like saying screwdrivers... That's like saying screwdrivers are useless because you refuse to use it with screws instead of using nails. No, the screwdriver is still useful. You're just using it wrong.
In the case of a fictional universe, if people don't decide to do something, I assume that they're just not... It's like in Lord of the Rings, where the armies just charge...
You already admitted that there's nothing stopping them from using the tarp.
Yes, that is true.
So
but
then
what
the
I'm getting at is
ATOT
that
itself is still as useful. Like, its maximum usefulness is still there. Whether they have done it or not, it doesn't matter. What they can use it for is how you measure something's usefulness.
It would be useful to you because you would put a tarp on it. But since they didn't...
It would be useful to them too because they can use a tarp. Usefulness isn't based on whether you did or didn't use something. If I have a gun and I'm trying to kill someone and I smack them with the gun instead of shooting it, that gun wasn't useless to me. I was just dumb with it.
What? How is that related to the ATOT?
Because you're saying that it's useless because the people didn't use it how I'm saying they can use it?
Yes.
Exactly. So I didn't use the gun how I could have used it. I didn't use the gun how I could have used it. So clearly the gun is useless.
But it is Star Wars. That's okay. I could say it doesn't make sense that in Star Wars it's super easy for them to produce droids. And they give each droid a gun. Wouldn't it be easier if they just made a tiny little droid, like a mouse droid, put bombs on it, and just sent that into the front lines? That would be effective, and there's no reason why they couldn't do that, and they definitely could do that.
Well,
But I'm not going to assume they'll do.
Making bombs on their own is cheaper than making kamikaze droids. What? That's why they just use droids and then have them shoot bombs. That's a stupid argument. But second of all, that still has nothing to do with the usefulness of the item. Obviously, my argument for the AT-OT is that it's useful as a transport cargo, and the issues that people have with it not having a roof are easily mitigated. And your argument against that is just that they haven't done that. But then having not done it doesn't mean that they can't do it. And what I'm measuring is their usefulness. The usefulness of an item isn't dependent on how it has been used. It's dependent on how it can be used. Like a pocket knife isn't any less useful if I don't know how to use it. Then like it's equally as useful. I'm just dumb, you know? Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand, but you're basing it off of what you can do and what you would do when you're not in Star. Like it's like in Star Wars, for example.
No, they can do that. They have the ability to do that. They might be too dumb to do it, but they can.
You've been complaining about interrupting me so often, and then when I've stopped myself from interrupting you, and every time you interrupt me. Okay, what is more accurate would be it's like how come if they run into the problem. Whenever they shoot lasers at people with lightsabers, they just deflect them. So then, realistically, every enemy trooper, like stormtroopers, should just use rocket launchers. But they don't. So I'm not going to say stormtroopers are super effective against Jedi, because they could use rocket launchers.
Actually, rocket launchers can also be deflected by not deflected, but disabled by lightsabers. You see that in the Battle of Yavana when a rocket launcher is about to kill Commander Cody and Obi-Wan slices it in half and it doesn't detonate.
Yeah, but it's harder to slice in half than, like, you don't have to aim at the Jedi. You can just aim near them.
My point is
because it's an explosive.
My point is they can still disable it with a lightsaber.
Or flamethrowers. Flamethrowers are super effective. That's why the Mandalorians use them against lightsaber wielders. I could make the argument stormtroopers are very effective against Jedi.
Okay, if we had never seen Mandalorians use the flamethrowers, then you would say by your logic, you'd say flamethrowers are useless because we've never seen them against lightsabers because we've never seen them used against lightsaber. When clearly, logically, a lightsaber would do jack shit against a flamethrower.
Well, I would say they might be useful less against the what's it called? Just force users in general, because there's nothing to indicate you can't block fire with the force. But
right, but that's not the argument you're making. The argument you're making was that lightsabers wouldn't be useful. Like that. That's essentially the argument you're making with the AT-OT. That you're saying the AT-OT is like super weak against rain because they could not use. Like, for some reason, you don't think they can use the tarp.
You have not let me finish my point when I have let you finish all of yours. Okay, what I'm saying is that if I say stormtroopers are effective against Jedi because realistically, stormtroopers could use grenades, they could use rocket launchers, they could use flamethrowers, and they could probably kill Jedi really easily if they started doing that. However, they don't. So realistically, stormtroopers are not effective against Jedi.
And why don't they?
Because they're just not. I don't know why. However, if they use grenades and other explosives, then
that's not the argument you're making. The argument you're making is that the grenades are useless against them because the stormtroopers have never used the grenades against Jedi. That's the argument you're making with the AT-OT. You're saying the AT-OT is useless because they have never used the tarp alongside an AT-OT.
No, I'm saying the AT-OT is useless because it has no... I'm saying the AT-OT is useless because it leaves the troopers exposed to the elements and in Star Wars,
which
where there
can be
doesn't seem any.
mitigated with a tarp.
Yes, it can, but why would it be? Like you're changing what it is.
No, I'm
And
not.
again, what your logic is just like you're changing a flaw in the movie, but like at that point, it's not the same movie. Like like it's like pointing out plot details that don't make sense in a movie. It's like, okay, but you can't act like if they they should just go ahead and change those plot points, like in the movie. Like it doesn't make sense.
See,
I'm not saying that my
you're entirely ignoring my argument
wait,
about
what
the.
I'm trying to get across is that like you're trying to act. Yes, it would make sense, but like there's nothing to indicate that they would do that because it's Star Wars and they don't always make logical decisions.
But that doesn't change. Okay, even if, let's say, everyone in Star Wars is dumb, nobody would think of doing that, right? And they have never done it. That doesn't change that the item itself is still useful. Independently of how it has been used, it is still a useful item.
How can you connect the tarp to it? You're assuming that I guess it has like connection points to it, or that they're going to use poles?
What, you can tie a tarp to? Have you never tied it? Have you never made a tent and had used a tarp? You can tie them to anything. Tarps usually come with the rope around it. What?
Yes. How are you going to put that around a giant, like, tall vehicle?
Obviously, it's a big tarp.
Yeah, but who's going to tie it up on the sides? Are you going to use jetpacks to get up there?
What do you mean? You just reach over the tiny things.
And connect it to what?
The same way you would put tarps on any other real-life vehicle. This is the stupidest argument yet.
I'm saying, yeah, it doesn't make sense, but it's Star Wars, and it doesn't make sense in itself. Like, you're trying to put real logic into Star Wars.
Okay, and? Real logic does exist in Star Wars.
No, it doesn't, because they make... Like, all of their things are...
Making logical decisions doesn't mean that logical decisions aren't also made, dude.
First of all, logic does not exist in Star Wars because they don't follow our rules of, like, nature. Space doesn't behave... Yeah, physics or nothing makes sense.
It's a general rule that you can assume that in most cases things are going to follow the laws of physics. Obviously there are exceptions like things that we have seen, but the rule that like the basis you have, because it is based, you know, on like most things are based on reality. You're not going to assume that anything's possible because sometimes they break the laws of physics. Those are the exceptions that you have to make room for. The assumption is always going to be that things will follow the laws of physics until you're shown otherwise.
I'm not going to assume, I'm not going to make up for the flaws of something fictional by being like, realistically, it would make sense for them to do this.
Until it's shown like that it doesn't do that, then yeah, obviously you would assume that they do the most logical thing.
Dude, it's literally like in Hishe, or like How It Should Have Ended, where they'll be like, why couldn't they have just done this? It's like, all those points make sense, but like at that point you're changing the thing in its...
But we're not changing things that did happen because, again, our sample size of seeing the ATOT is 1.
And you're assuming something about the vehicle that you don't know.
Yeah, based on simple logic and following the rules of physics, which we can assume because in most cases, the laws of physics are followed. If you drop something, that is absolutely true. That is absolutely in most cases. Yes, in most cases, in most scenes, in most shots, the laws of physics are being followed. It is the exception in scenes where there are explosions in space, or where like things are defying gravity, or where the force, a magical thing that we accept to be fictional, is being added.
First of all,
the breaking of the laws of physics is the exception.
In Star Wars, it is rarely... I would not say the exception. In Star Wars, space never behaves like real space. Every planet has an atmosphere with breathable air, which doesn't make any sense.
Dude, every planet that they go to. Obviously, they're not going to go to a planet they can't breathe on.
Dude, okay, out of like the hundreds of planets in Star Wars, there's like 5 that don't have a
Dude,
breathable atmosphere.
yeah,
You can
because
look
those
at
ones
them,
aren't going to be inhabited because they can't breathe there.
but they still show up on the map. Like if you look at the map of Star Wars,
Yeah, they're not
90%
going to make
of
a
them.
map of all the useless fucking planets they can't go to.
But there are some that are like that, so that doesn't make sense. They're
Yeah,
obviously
and the
mapping
ones
out
that
all
are
the planets.
the ones that are like that, they mapped probably because of other reasons. Like fucking the
Again,
Gans
you're
planet, where they
assuming.
can't, where they breathe
So
a different type of
let me
atmosphere
get this.
because there's a
Let me get
sentient
this
species
straight.
that lives there.
Let me get this straight. So instead of accepting that in Star Wars it just doesn't make sense, and all the planet that every planet has a breathable atmosphere, instead of that, you're gonna be like, no, Star Wars does behave like real life, and they just got super lucky, and there's
No, no, no.
millions
They
of
didn't get
planets.
super lucky. There's way more planets than what we see. There is, like, let's say at least, okay, our solar system has very
If
few
you're
planets for
basing
what
it
we've
off
seen.
of
We
no,
have
no, no, no. You are not. Your leap in logic is not just like our solar system. Do you realize how rare it is for our planet to like exist in the super specific details it does to be able to sustain life? Like it is 1 in a billion. You're saying in Star Wars there just happens to be millions of 1 in a billion
there doesn't
chances. It just
happen to be there a whole ass fucking galaxy. Do you
you
understand how
would
many
need, dude.
planets there are in a
We're
galaxy?
we're a whole ass galaxy, and we've in real life we've like looked at whole ass galaxies, and we never see anything like Earth.
Yes,
And
we
in Star
do.
Wars,
We've
it's
seen
one galaxy.
Dude, NASA literally has a list of other planets that are most likely habitable. The problem is we don't have the space travel technology to go and double check that shit.
That is
But
not
by
true.
all
It is.
estimates,
There are there's like a list of 5 planets that they're like in theory this is habitable.
No,
That just
dude,
is.
that's entirely wrong. They have way more. They have a list of like 5 planets that they consider like that they could like go to because they're within range.
There is no other planets like Earth. In Star Wars, every planet is like Earth.
Every planet that they go to, but that's because they only go to those planets because they're like Earth.
By your logic, but it's all in one galaxy. The things that we're talking in real life, like a habitable planet, is like 1 in a billion galaxies.
That is
In
not
your
true.
thing,
That is absolutely not true. What the fuck is wrong with you? There are so
in
many.
real life,
There are trillions upon trillions of solar systems just within the Milky Way. Each of those have at least what? Let's assume the average has around 10 planets.
in
You
Star
have
Wars,
tens of
around
trillions of
us,
planets. Obviously, well over, let's say, 1 million are gonna have a habitable atmosphere.
that is just not. What are
In
you
real
talking about?
life.
That is not. In real life, there's like 0 planets that are like Earth. Like there are some, but none of them that we can concretely say are like Earth. And in Star
But
Wars, every planet has an
no,
atmosphere.
every
And by
planet that
your
they
logic,
go to.
there would, dude, by your logic, there would be so many fucking planets in Star Wars that like it would not be one galaxy. It would have to be like thousands of galaxies
What are
for
you
that to be
on
realistic.
about?
It would literally. You're acting. If
Look
Star
up
Wars
how
is
many.
like our
Look up
galaxy, then
how
it doesn't
many.
make any
No,
sense.
no, no. Look up how many planets are in a galaxy. Look up how many planets are in our galaxy.
That proves my fucking point. Because in Star Wars, if you look at a map, it's like 200 planets.
That's because their maps only have the planets that they fucking care about. They're not gonna map every single fucking rock that they can't do anything with.
Why wouldn't they? That doesn't make any sense.
Yes, it does.
Because they've done it before. They map other planets that don't always have atmospheres.
But yeah, they're gonna map the planets that are useful to them, and most planets that are useful to them are gonna have a breathable atmosphere.
But then you would just have to guess that there would be like billions of planets in between like all of these different
Yes!
inhabitable.
Absolutely.
It just doesn't make any sense. Like the
It
scale
makes
of Star
perfect
Wars.
sense.
Dude, The scale of Star Wars is too
you're
small.
rage baiting. You're just rage baiting at this point. You're just rage baiting.
The
Fuck you.
scale-
Fuck you.
The scale of Star
fuck you.
Wars is
I'm
too
not
small
playing
for
into
you
your
to
rage
take
bait.
it realistically. The scale of Star Wars is too small.
I'm not gonna respond to this argument. You know you're wrong, and you're just rage baiting.
I'm not wrong. The scale of Star Wars is just, and it's not because it's based in logic. It's because it's just a movie flaw. Like, instead of recognizing that a movie is flawed, you're like...
If you want to go back to the ATOT TARPs thing, then let's do that. But the planets thing, you're just wrong, and you know it, and you're rage baiting, and I'm not gonna buy into that.
I'm not rage baiting. What I'm saying is that instead of just acknowledging faults of a movie, you're wanting to invent 50
you're
different
making up faults
real
that
world...
aren't actually there.
I've brought up so many real faults. I can think of a million faults.
No, but the idea that every planet in Star Wars that exists is habitable is just false. Every planet that they go to is gonna be habitable because, hey, guess what? If I'm in a galaxy where I'm gonna go to multiple different planets, I'm not gonna go to a planet where I can't breathe the fucking air.
That's not even what happens in Star Wars. In Star Wars, there's first of all, you're acting like there's logic. Okay, the point I'm trying to get at, because you just do not agree with me on this. You seem to think that it's way different. What I'm saying is that in Star Wars, whatever planet they go to, there's always an atmosphere, despite how ridiculous that would be in real life, and how every planet behaves and is like ours.
I'm telling you, that is stupid because they specifically go to the planets that have they search out the planets that have those fucking characteristics. It's not just oh, all of a sudden a coincidence that every planet is like that. No, they're just not going to go to the other planets. And if nobody's on those other planets, then why are they going to portray them?
Instead of accepting, I've never seen a thing where they say that in Star Wars, though. Instead of accepting the fault...
It's a simple logical explanation. Okay, why would they go? Why would Star Wars portray... In what situation would Star Wars portray an uninhabitable planet?
For resources? What do you mean? There's still resources on other...
If it's uninhabitable, nobody's there, nothing's going on. The camera's just gonna be there, and there's nothing. It's just a rock. What? It would be like watching a live stream of the Mars rover. Of course, they're not gonna go to the uninhabitable planets.
There are so many Star Wars storylines about resources that is ridiculous that you would be like, oh, they wouldn't want to they wouldn't want to abuse the resources on these planets when that's happening.
What's going to happen on the resources on those planets? They're going to set up a mining colony, and then what?
Okay, why would droids not set up bases? Why would droids not set up their military bases on a planet that will inherently damage real people that need to breathe?
Because droids are subservient to droids are basically slaves. They go where their masters go because they're not allowed to go anywhere else.
Not in the droid army. In the droid army, there's so many situations where it's entire sections of the army that are just
okay, but
droids.
Why are they going to be what advantage is that going to have for them? Now they're on this uninhabitable planet, and now they just are there? Then what? What's going to happen? Why would they put that on screen?
Why would the droid... Okay,
it's boring as
fuck. The droid army can just... If you're basing it off of real logic, then the droid army could just make a droid factory on a planet that's unhospitable to organisms, to regular organisms.
They wouldn't be able to have organic, organisms that are actually, because that with droids people have a fucking power complex. They're not going to leave it entirely independently droid operated.
The Separatists do that all the time. It is so rare. It's one of my biggest complaints of the Clone Wars is that I don't actually see that many human organisms working with the droids.
What do you mean? They always have some commander in charge of the tactical droid.
First of all, a lot of the time it's just one super commando tactical droid, and a lot of the times they don't even have an organic on board. Also, the droids just straight up listen to the organics.
What's your point there?
My point is, you're like acting like that wouldn't be useful. If they're going off of real world logic, then the droids could just set up a factory, or they could just retreat to a place that doesn't have an atmosphere.
You're right. That is a logical assumption to do. So I would assume that they probably have done that at some point, because they had more droid factories than just the one on Geonosis, yet that's the only one we see. And if they weren't able to conduct more droid factory busting operations other than the one on Geonosis, then I'm gonna assume there was some big reason why they weren't able to, and it would make sense for the main reason that they can't inhabit the planet that it's on, so it'll be just a logistical nightmare to try and take it over.
What? No, it wouldn't, because you just need droids. Don't need oxygen to live. They just
but the
stay
Republic
on that
doesn't use
planet.
droids.
I'm saying the Separatists.
Yeah,
so if the Separatists
okay, you didn't understand what I said. What I said
wait.
All right,
No.
What I said is I'm uncomfortable. No, stop. What I'm saying is I am comfortable assuming that the droids have set up a droid factory somewhere where it is an uninhabitable planet.
I know that's what you're saying. Then you're saying, but what doesn't make sense about that is that if the droids can do that, then they can do it over and over again. And since there's inherently, for every inhabitable planet, there's going to be thousands of uninhabitable planets. The droids can just set up more and more bases there, and the Republic is going to have to go out of their way to stop them, because the same way that they go out of their way to stop ones on Geonosis and stuff. And yet that never happens. They have a limit on
how many droids they can make and how many factories they can make on just how much money they have. They can't just make factories everywhere.
I'm not done with my point. Jesus Christ. What I'm getting at is that would be more effective, and the Republic would have to go through so much bullshit just to get them. Assuming that that's the case in Star Wars. However, what makes more sense is that Star Wars is not written in a logical way, and the people are not they're not treating it with real-world planetary science. It's just a fictional universe where they're like, oh, should we just go ahead and treat planets like countries? Yeah, let's do that. So no, I'm not, and that's a lot of the cruxes that you're getting at, is you're treating Star Wars like it's real life when it's a movie. They're not going to use logic. Me saying every Star Wars planet,
when you consume most fiction...
I'm not done yet. I am not done yet. I'm saying Star Wars, if I say all the planets in Star Wars have a breathable atmosphere, that is true of Star Wars, unless you're trying to hold standards to Star Wars as if it's something that's super realistic and based on real life and cares about real life, when it doesn't.
It is inherently based on real life. Humans didn't come up with the concept of a galaxy or the concept of planets or the concept of space. That was there because it's based on... The fiction is inherently based on the limitations of our imaginations, or in this case, specifically George Lucas's imagination.
But the fiction is not realistic. And it never tries to be. It never pretends to be realistic.
It has to have realism to a certain point.
Only to the point of
the main
a story.
Okay, when there is something that you do not know, Occam's razor, you just assume that it's going to be the most logical or the most precedented explanation in fiction, unless stated otherwise. Because fiction is based on our real life, especially Star Wars, the things that are important for it to break physics are going to be explicitly told to us. But if somebody drops something, you're gonna assume it's gonna fall, because Newton's first law still fucking exists in Star Wars.
No, then why do they defy Newton's first law every 2 seconds?
They don't. Gravity does exist.
But they defy gravity every 2 seconds. What do you mean?
No, they have technology that allows them to manipulate gravity in a different way, but they don't just the gravity.
I'm not gonna do it. That would take me hours. But if I go through so much clips of Star Wars, I could bring up 50 different clips where gravity doesn't work in a way that would be realistic.
And
Because
all
Star
of
Wars
those are
become
going to be
movies.
able to chalked up to repulsor lifts, which are made of technology, which is
No,
the exception
I'm
that
not
I'm referring
talking-
to.
I'm not talking about fucking technology. I'm talking about simple things. I could go to Star Wars and find clips of things that like don't make any sense. You're okay, this is what I don't get is that you're acting like there needs to be an explanation for every little detail in Star Wars
You're the one
instead
that's
of just
acting
accepting.
like if something hasn't happened, that it can't happen.
What I'm saying is that it is because it is a movie.
You're
It does not have
entirely
like
ignoring the fact that this galaxy exists past what is portrayed to us.
just because it's a movie. Like instead of accepting the plot, like you're acting like someone that would like see a plot point in a movie that doesn't make sense, and instead of just being like, "Oh, this movie doesn't make sense," you're gonna go into like 50 different assumptions to try to make that make sense. When in reality, it's just that the writers didn't care to explain that.
Which they'll get flack for, and then they'll explain it in the sequel. Like, what?
No, they won't. They never bother explaining these because it's a movie. Like they don't
Really?
care.
Really? They never bother explaining things. Are you gonna say that? They never bother explaining things.
Okay. What
I have
definition for that
one word
one
in
scene?
response to that. I have
Wait,
one
wait,
word in response to that. Do you
wait.
know what word it is? I feel like you know what word it is.
Wikipedia?
Nope.
What?
Midi-chlorians.
Okay, what is the explanation for the fucking why Callus in that one scene of Rebels that's clearly an animation error where he goes at super speed and someone
Okay,
calculated
things
the
that are
speed
an
and he would
animation
be,
error you can assume just didn't happen in canon despite it being on screen. Obviously.
yes, but you're the wait, what? Your type of logic is the type of logic that would like what I'm getting at is that what I'm saying is things don't make sense just because they don't make sense and it's a movie. And not everything needs to be based in real world logic.
No,
So
but
for example,
you're not saying that
when
things
I
don't
see
have to
that
make sense. You're saying that things don't make sense when they do. You're making assertions about
no,
specific
because
things
they
not
just
making sense when they do.
they don't make sense. Like you're acting like they do. Like you
Yeah,
are
the fact that
pretending
they
like
only ever go to habitable planets makes perfect sense.
if you're basing it off of your assumption that there's thousands and billions of other planets
Because
that they
it's a
just don't go.
galaxy.
Name me the piece of Star Wars content that says that.
That says that they're in a galaxy? All right, A New Hope.
Oh,
The first Star
name
Wars
me the piece.
anything.
No, no, no. Name me the piece of Star Wars content that says, oh, by the way, there's millions of different planets that are uninhabitable that exist in our universe, but we just don't go to them. We only go to the habitable ones, and we only explore and like
They're not going to
interact with the
say
habitable
that
ones.
explicitly. That's just a safe assumption to make. You're
Or-
inventing a plot hole when there isn't one.
Or you could accept that Star Wars is not based in logic, and it's just a universe where every planet has an atmosphere because they want to act like every planet.
Okay, no. There are planets without atmospheres. In the Bad Batch, you see them go to one. You see them go to like a little asteroid where like some stupid alien steals Omega's flashlight and then she goes and cuddles with it or whatever the fuck. And they need gas masks to be able to go outside. And it was an uncharted area. Clearly there's precedent for uncharted planets and uncharted asteroids and stuff. I mean,
it is not clearly. It is not clearly. It is what would make sense. But like, if you ask George Lucas, would he say that? I don't know. He probably would just be like, no. They're just. He did not like the people that made this stuff did not think of that like level of logic because it's just Star Wars. Like they're not like instead of you accepting that in Star Wars 90% of the planets are inhabitable planets and they're all one biome, like and just instead of just accepting real logical
like,
stuff,
obviously they make leaps in logic, but like
you're going to try to wait.
There are issues that
I'm
there
not
aren't there.
What I was saying. There are there, and you're acting like
you have no evidence to say that 90% of the planets that exist are habitable. Because all of the planets that we see in Star Wars, people that would require a habitable planet are the ones that we're following. So obviously it stands to simple logic that they're not going to go to a place that they can't go to.
Earlier, I just brought up a point where the droids can go to a place that
Okay,
where they don't
are
need
the
to be
droids
there.
are there droids that aren't subservient to sentient beings
Yes,
that we follow
yes,
as main
there are.
characters?
As main, well, there's
That
no
we
droids that
follow
we follow as
as
main characters apart from like
exactly.
R2 and
My
C-3PO.
point
But there
exactly.
Okay, but there are genuine factions in Star Wars Legends that are exclusively droids, no organics, and they never mention them being in non-atmospheric worlds. They're just like, oh, they go to the world we
Because
already know because
that's only
Star Wars isn't thinking that. If you show me a piece of content in Star Wars that says that, then okay. But until then,
colonizing an
wait,
uninhabitable
let me
world
finish.
is
Let me fucking finish.
as a
Let
droid,
me finish.
colonizing an uninhabitable planet is only useful when you're functioning on the level of the CIS.
It is useful to any droid faction that does not want to have to deal or just wants to make it horrible for organics to attack them.
Really?
Which
Then how
organics
the
are
fuck
always
are they going to outsource any repairs that they have to make? They need to maintain access to the wider galaxy.
Wait, what's to stop a CIS thing from just building a factory there and then just constantly exporting droid armies? And the Republic will have to go through so much bullshit just to deactivate or just to
Nothing. I would assume
their...
I would assume that they probably have at some point.
Well, yeah, but or you could do the more logical thing and be like, oh, the writers are not treating Star Wars realistically, and instead they just want to make all the planets cool and fun to be at.
Just because
like,
people are gonna treat it like fun doesn't mean that that logic doesn't exist within the universe.
But logic doesn't exist in the universe.
There's literally does.
You are genuinely trying to act like Star Wars is realistic, and it's just not. This is not even I'm not even the right person to argue with this. If I had a physicist, if I had all sorts of people that are based in real life, they would tell you hundreds of things that make zero sense in Star Wars simply because they make zero sense. And instead of accepting that they make zero sense, you just want to be like, oh, well, actually, it's because of this or because of this. No, it's just a movie that has flaws. You don't have to resolve every flaw with some ridiculous explanation all the time.
That doesn't mean that there isn't an explanation, though. If we're accepting that the Star Wars universe exists within itself, and that, something that maybe doesn't initially make sense exists, then there must be a reason for that, whether you know it or not. And often there's a pretty simple reason that, even if it's not explicitly stated in any of the media, can be assumed.
If you're taking it realistic, but at that point but why? It's a movie. You know the reason. Is that just that every planet is an inhabitable one because that's just the way the story is written? You adding that thing would be like, okay, sure, it would be an explanation that would make sense, but unless I see someone in Star Wars say that, or someone in charge of Star Wars acknowledge that as being the case,
it's still a safe assumption to make, even if nobody says it.
Okay, you're not any more in the right
percent for it to be.
You are not any more in the right for saying that as I am in the right for saying Star Wars doesn't make sense in this area. If I critique Star Wars for the fact that every planet they go to is an inhabitable one, you can't say that and act like that makes more sense.
There's a super simple fucking explanation for that.
That is not an explanation because you don't know if that's the case. If I ask the people that thought of this universe, they might not say that. And you're acting like they concretely would.
It is the safest assumption to make, and it's not a big stretch or anything.
It is a big stretch because you're assuming that you're thinking that instead of George Lucas being like, okay, now in this episode, I want them to go to this planet, and I want them to go to this planet, and never once does he think, oh, all these planets have atmosphere. I wonder if I should add an explanation for that. No, he's just like, oh, it's Star Wars. No one is thinking of it this logically, dude.
Sure, he's not going to think of that. He's just going to think, oh, I want him to go to a swamp planet next because it's a cool setting. Sure. But the moment somebody posits that to him, obviously he's going to think, oh yeah, either I need to start including more planets that aren't inhabitable, or there's a reason why we don't see them. Right now, the simplest explanation is They're there, but we just don't go to them because the characters we're following have no reason to go to them.
That is not a simple. Okay, so
That's
instead
a
of
simple
accepting a
explanation.
flaw,
That is super
yes,
simple.
it is. But yes, that is a simple explanation for you to make if you were acting like this is something based in logic and realism. But it is not. It is just.
It is to a certain extent based on logic
No,
and
it is
based on
not.
our own reality.
That's like watching scenes from Lord of the Rings and being like, how come they don't use real effective tactics like in the real like ancient world where they could use flanks and different things like that, and instead they just charge at each other? There's no explanation. It's just the way they do things.
Okay, like I said, that explanation.
I'm not gonna add in some like super complicated fanfic in my mind where like, oh, maybe it's some ancient cultist group indoctrinated everyone in the Lord of the Rings universe and taught them that this is the way to fight.
There's a huge difference between them using bad tactics and like the setting being how it is, because you're assuming something like that would be like with the Lord of the Rings example that you gave. That would be assuming that that something that we did see has to be different. The assumption that I'm making is that stuff that we didn't see.
No, I'm saying what I'm saying about the Lord of the Rings thing is that it doesn't make sense that this is happening. And what you would do, instead of just accepting, oh yeah, that doesn't make sense, you're going to try to add in like an explanation as to why it does make sense.
I'm saying it does make sense. Yes, because all of the characters, most of the characters that we follow. That is not
part of the Star Wars.
No, it does make sense because most of the characters that we follow in Star Wars require a habitable atmosphere in order to live. So why the fuck would they go to a place with an uninhabitable atmosphere?
In case they needed to destroy a droid factory, which would have no reason for them not to build all the droid factories there.
You destroy the droid factory on Geonosis, which was the first one. We don't see every battle of the Clone Wars. For all we know, that did fucking happen.
It would have to be happening at such an ridiculous scale if that was the case, because there would be, for every inhabitable planet, there's like 19 billion uninhabitable planets.
But it's far easier and far more advantageous to use a habitable planet, because despite droids being the main force of the CIS still does employ organic beings and still does like to send its... I mean, listen, Count Dooku is going to want to oversee shit. If Count Dooku's not going to put something outside of his own reach...
Dude, the Separatists are not, like, controlling every little individual battle droid, and they are perfectly fine with battle droids, with droids operating on droids.
A droid factory isn't something that they're just going to leave to other droids.
Yes, it is! There's nothing to indicate they won't do that. I think there's so many examples of where they leave entire ships, entire fleets to just droids' decisions, and there's so many examples of that. Also, what I'm saying, listen, the point is that you're acting like this thing has logic, and it's like, instead of just accepting that, no, it just doesn't make sense.
You're adding plot holes where there aren't any.
Okay, your thing would make sense, I give that, but until in Star Wars they say that, it is not true, and you cannot tell me that it is true.
But you can't say that it's not true.
It is just me saying it's not true is just as valid. Me saying it's not true.
You can say if anything you can say that you don't know whether it's true or not. But you have to admit that it's the simplest explanation.
It would be if they had logic, but also
they do.
It doesn't. They don't. They don't follow logic ever. Okay. Also, you saying that that's the case is just as valid as me saying that's not the case. Both of our things are based on nothing.
The fucking Star Wars universe the Star Wars universe is generally based on our universe. To the extent that in The Empire Strikes Back they use a PNG of the Andromeda Galaxy to portray the fucking Star Wars galaxy.
But it does not follow our rules, and it is nothing like us. Like they do
In
not
cases
stick to
where
our
we
things
do
in
not
any
know, the
way.
safest assumption to make is that it does follow our rules.
So no, that is absurd. That is stupid.
That
It is
is
a
not
movie, and
absurd. That is not
that
absurd
is
because
stupid, dude.
it is
That
still
is
a
not true. That
human-made
is not
story
true.
based around human characters made by
But
a
it is not a
human
human.
whose only point of reference is this universe.
But that doesn't change the fact that he's not going to assume that everything is like realistic. Star Wars is not realistic. Your argument is based on Star Wars being realistic. It is just not.
It is to a certain extent based on reality.
No,
It
that's just
literally
not
is.
true.
Then why are there humans?
It's a movie.
Then why are there humans? If it's in no way, shape, or form based in reality, why are there humans? Why are there horses? Why are there planets? Why are there suns? Why are there stars? Why
There's
are there
a
moons?
million
Those are
different
all
things
things that
there's-
existed in real life before they existed in Star Wars. There is no conceivable
And
way that you can say that Star Wars is in no way based in our real life.
There are 10,000 more things that I could say that would imply that it's not based on our real life.
It's not. It's
doesn't
not
follow-
set within our real life. It has exceptions to our real life rules, but those are the exception.
No, they're not. They're the average thing. Star Wars does not follow our real life in any way, and instead of treating an act of fiction like an act of fiction, you're acting like it has to have a real world explanation.
No, I'm
which
saying
is
that
absurd.
when you're trying to fill in gaps, the simplest explanation, especially when it comes to fiction, when you're trying to fill in gaps in the story, the simplest explanation is the safest way to go until stated otherwise.
Okay, but do not act like you're any more. Yet you're right in that because you're not.
I am right in that.
No. That's your opinion. That's what you think is right. But George Lucas could turn around and if he heard their theory, he could be like, no.
Yeah, he could, but he's
Never-
the one who made it. And you can't make the assumption that it breaks the laws of physics until it does.
It does break the laws of physics so often. What are you talking about?
I mean, in the cases where we don't know, like, why do they only ever go to inhabitable planets? I say it's because why the fuck would they go anywhere else? Whereas you say
You have no right to act like-
you're assuming your assumption that every planet is habitable is a much larger assumption to make than my assumption that they just go to the habitable planets.
No, it is not. My
It
assumption
very
is
much
that I don't.
is because one
No,
makes more
it is
logical
not.
sense in our reality, mine, which the Star Wars
It
universe
is
is
not based
loosely
in our
based on.
reality.
It is
You are
loosely
not-
based
dude.
on our reality.
Okay.
Yes.
You are so wrong. Okay, simply put, understand this. Star Wars is a movie with flaws. It is a flaw, and it is
I never
unrealistic.
said it wasn't.
Every planet they go to is inhabitable. Now, am I gonna act like
you can't just make the jump to say
You're
that
not
every
letting
planet
me
is
finish.
habitable.
You're not letting me finish. You're not letting me finish. Am I just gonna act like, oh, okay, there's 1,000 explanations for this, and in reality, it's because of, oh, there's like millions of planets out there, but they're just not in Star Wars. Okay, but that's just like just as a ridiculous thing to say because it's based in nothing. You don't know if that's the case. But it's Star Wars. It's not based on reality.
It
They
makes a
don't
lot
follow
more
real
sense than
rules.
your explanation of all of them
Yes.
because of what we know in our
No,
real life
no.
that habitable
No,
planets are
no.
very rare. It makes more sense that they just go to the habitable planets than to say that habitable planets are the only things that exist there.
This isn't going anywhere. I'll simplify it, okay? Your thing makes sense if it wasn't a movie. But what I'm saying is that this movie is flawed, and that is a flaw of this movie. And
I'm
instead of
not saying
accepting
it's
that
a
the movie is
flawless
flawed,
movie. I'm
and
saying
that is
the
a
flaw
flaw,
that you specifically said is not something that exists.
that is insane.
Because
It is something that
okay,
exists.
it's another statistical fallacy because the only planets we ever see are the ones that the characters go to. Our sample size again isn't big enough. Like it's flawed data.
First of all, simply, I think that this is insane. I don't think that any Star Wars writer ever thought that your theory. I think simply put, all the planets are like this, and I think that my argument still stands, and there's nothing to go against it of why wouldn't droids just abuse the fuck out of the fact that there are thousands and millions of planets that organics can go. Now you can make assumptions on this, but at that point you're just making assumption after assumption, theory after theory, and
Okay,
it gets
here's
super
the thing. Here's the
complicated.
thing.
Wait,
Droids.
I'm not fucking done. Okay, it doesn't make any sense as to why droids wouldn't abuse the fuck out of that. And yes, you're saying that, oh, droids always have an organic master. That is not true, not always. And surely droids would find a way. Droids have droid bars. There are so many droids that have autonomy. There are
Yes.
droids that want droid uprisings like IG-88. Why
Absolutely.
would we
Droids
go
are
to one of the
sentient.
million?
That's not what part of the
Why
argument
wouldn't
is.
why wouldn't a well I'm getting to that. I'm saying you're acting like in none of the history of Star Wars, droids wouldn't abuse the fuck out of that idea that there's billions of planets that humans will be
I'm not saying they wouldn't do that. I'm saying they probably have, and it just hasn't been portrayed yet.
If they were to abuse that, then they would win in the entire planet, and the entire Star Wars galaxy would be ruled by robots. Because there's no counter to that. The droids can constantly set up bases after bases that the humans can never get to unless they go through all this trouble. It doesn't make any logical sense.
But the whole point of that is isolationism. So if they're gonna do that, then we wouldn't see them because
it is so likely that they. So like just a war. I mean, simply the CIS. The CIS had a thing where in Rebels they were completely separate by themselves, and at that point they were in like a separate outpost, completely listening to unorganics and going on themselves.
That's because they crashed near a habitable area. Because the battle was happening near a habitable area, because their opponents were organics that weren't going to go to an uninhabitable area.
Yes, but it's not just about their opponents, it's about them. What's to stop them? If in Star Wars there was billions of uninhabitable planets...
If the closest planet is already a habitable planet, then that's the one you're going to go to.
If there were billions of uninhabitable planets, then there would be billions of droid factories that would be untouchable by organics unless they took ridiculous precautions. And at that point,
you do realize it costs money and resources to make a factory, right?
Yes, but then you can get money and resources on the planet, and no one can interrupt you unless you're also
unless you have exports and imports.
Yes, which you can just export and import. What? My point is,
how do you set it up there?
If what you're saying is you don't have to set it up there, you can just do business elsewhere and then transport the resources from your uninhabitable planet to the habitable planet.
You don't just pick things up. You have to actually like mining and shit isn't just like, okay, go send a droid and grab it. Like, you would have to set up a whole ass operation. That's gonna take resources that it's just not worth when you could do it with both organic and inorganic beings on a habitable planet.
That is not true. You're saying that it would be easier for them to do that
because we don't have like the technology to just skip over all the uninhabitable planets. But if we did, I guarantee you, we would not be setting up like mining shit on an uninhabitable planet.
I'm not talking about I'm talking about robots. Self-thinking robots who care about other robots and like have a disdain for organic.
First off, a droid civilization.
I'm saying that if what you're saying was the case, there would be thousands of droid civilizations that would outnumber any organics, like trillions to one, and they would probably take over the galaxy in like seconds because they're able to sell.
Okay, well, that is not true because droids cannot last long on their own. Which is shown in us in that same Rebels episode because they were all having shit maintenance. They were all bugging out. True. Yes, they were. That is absolutely true. That's why they were able to defeat the Droidicas super easily.
Are you gonna let me tell you why that's not true?
Why isn't it true? Why isn't it true? Why isn't it true?
There's just an actual faction in Star Wars that's completely droid autonomous and has nothing to do with organics. That exists.
How do they get repairs done for if they don't manufacture the parts for themselves?
They do.
How?
I don't know, but it exists. I'm not making this up.
What is this?
It's real.
Send me the Wikipedia article around these.
I'll try to look it up, but there is a faction in Star Wars that is a completely autonomous droid
What's it called?
faction. Let me look it up. I know this is real because I've seen it in the Carts videos where
But
he talks about it. It's like an entire
is it fully isolated on a fucking planet that's uninhabitable?
Nope, they have a giant
You know why?
fleet.
Because they probably need to still do trade with the wider galaxy to be able to actually keep up maintenance on themselves.
Nope. They're super. They're kind of like the Yusong Vong from what I remember, where they showed up in a book with Lando, and they like something happened, but like they don't interact with organics almost ever.
How long had they been there?
How long have they been with? Like it's an entire faction, dude.
How long had they been? Like how long had they existed?
I don't know the details of this thing. I know it exists. That's all I know about it. Like I don't. You're acting like I'm just gonna know everything.
There's any thousands of explanations as to why they weren't on an uninhabitable planet. That could be. I'm trying to figure out which one it is.
There isn't. It's just that that's not the case, man. Like there just isn't real world logic for this. Like the simple fact of the matter is that there is. I'm not gonna look this up because it's annoying and I don't know what to look up. Because if I look up droid faction in Star Wars, it's just going to show me the Separatists. I don't know what keywords. If you can tell me something, I can try to look it up. I saw it in the
I don't know what
video.
you're referring to. For all I know, you could be making this up.
Okay, Lando. I know Lando was involved with it, but I know this is a real thing. Lando, droid, faction. Maybe they weren't called droids. Maybe they were called robots in the book. Yeah, I do not know what to look up to do this. They're like a highly advanced robot faction in Star Wars that's fully autonomous.
All right.
Has nothing to do with.
I'm gonna go ahead and end stream there because I already got all the cherry wood.
Oh, you were you were still streaming?
Yes, I've been streaming this whole time.
So that entire stream is just gonna be you arguing about Star Wars and getting nowhere.
I mean,
also,
I was
before
right
the stream
whole
ends,
time, but whatever.
Wait, before the stream ends, I just won the argument. I just explained to you a faction that exists in Star Wars that's fully autonomous.
We have no proof that this faction exists. We can't take this as we can't take this as serious proof against my points because we have no proof that it exists.
Ending remark from me, from Toodad. Okay, this faction exists. I saw it in a card slider video where he was specifically talking about it. I can look it up. It exists in Star Wars. I would not make up a storyline about Lando finding an autonomous droid faction. That being said, me explaining that this exists then proves that it doesn't make sense that if these factions can happen, why there would be thousands and billions of them in billions of uninhabitable planets. What makes more sense?
No, it doesn't, because they could still be there, and the only reason Lando found this one was because this one, for some reason, decided to set up shop in a habitable planet.
No, it wasn't.
Like, that makes internal consistency with my thing.
They weren't in an inhabitable planet. It was a super weapon fleet. It was like a giant. I don't remember what it was. It was like
so
a
they
giant,
were just chilling in space?
Yeah, it was like a Death Star-like thing. And inside that space station, I think it was like a giant. I think it was similar to the Death Star. I don't remember. This I could be wrong about. But why would they have oxygen in that ship? They wouldn't.
If they didn't design it themselves, if they just like adopted the space station from
design it themselves.
They did design it themselves. You're making the assertion.
No, I'm saying
despite not even knowing what this thing is called, you know for a fact that they made the space station themselves.
I know simple things about this faction. I know one, they're a fully autonomous droid faction. That's all I know about them. And I vaguely think they have a space station, which is why Lando, I think there was something where they attacked either an Imperial remnant or something. I could be very wrong. All I know about this is that there is a droid remnant faction, not a droid faction, that is completely autonomous, super advanced, that exists in Star Wars.
Here's the thing, autonomous doesn't necessarily mean isolationist. Because if they still planned on doing commerce and Hey, how's it going, the Dog on Bad 2.0? I'm about to end stream, sorry. We've been arguing for the past, like, 2 or 3 hours over Star Wars things. I already got all the wood that I needed, and I'm tired, but he keeps bringing up the arguments, and I keep having to prove him wrong because he's wrong.
Okay. You have not proved me wrong once. Okay, I want to give off my final verdict, okay? Let me speak, and then I'll tell you when I'm done, and then we can just do it, because you have no answer to this thing. So, in this specific case, you are trying... So, I'm saying, just like thousands of people have said in Star Wars, that in Star Wars, every planet is inhabitable because of every... What? Okay, well, anyway, sorry. I'm trying to say my thing.
Hell yeah.
Because the writers just thought of it that way. They're just like, oh, every planet in Star Wars is inhabitable.
They did it because they didn't put too much thought into it, and they were just like, I'm just going to have them go to a planet that they can breathe on.
Hey, I said I was going to do my thing, and then at the end I was going to say done, and then you can interrupt me, because you keep on interrupting me. Okay, I'm saying that in Star Wars, and I'm saying that that's just a writing fault. Like, they didn't think of an explanation of that because why would they? It's just a movie. Okay, then Fishy says, oh, it's like in real life. And there's billions of uninhabitable planets around these star systems, and they only map out the ones that are inhabitable. And I say, well, if that's the case, why don't droid factions exist that just exist in these billions of uninhabitable planets?
I am close to 1K. I'm excited.
And they can never get to that. And Fishy's like, that's not real. Simply put, it is.
No, I'm saying, okay, point one against droids doing that. The vast majority of droids in the Star Wars...
done.
Oh my god.
I didn't say I was done.
Okay, fucking
finish. I'll be quick. There exists a faction in Star Wars that is fully autonomous droids. Now, if there was billions of planets that are uninhabitable, then these droids would just live in all those planets where there's, like, no one that can affect them.
Okay.
Organics cannot affect them, okay? Then, in that case, they would be super overpowered and they would control the entire galaxy because they could keep on making factories and self-autonomous stuff without organics ever being able to mess with them. Or I could make a more logical conclusion and just be like, oh, the writers didn't think of this because it's a fucking movie and they're not gonna put real world science.
Wait. But you weren't saying the writers just didn't think about it and it doesn't matter. You were making the assertion that 99% of planets in the Star Wars universe have habitable atmospheres. That is a way larger leap than to say that they only go to the habitable planets because, hey, their organic life forms, the characters that we follow, require a habitable atmosphere. Bro, just not even listening.
I'm saying that in Star Wars, 90% of the planets are inhabitable. And I'm saying
that is a way bigger stretch.
It is not a stretch. I'm saying this simply because Star Wars is not based in reality, and it is just a fault of Star Wars. The writers did not think of this, and if they did, then there would be billions of super powerful droid factories that would control the galaxy.
There is no evidence to all the planets being habitable. I do have a headache, not gonna lie.
We have like five uninhabitable Star Wars planets.
Yeah, and they're planets that people either crashed onto by accident or that they had some other reason to be there. Obviously, people aren't going to settle on a planet where they can't live, especially if they have hyperspace and they can explore basically any planet within like an indiscernible amount of time, and they don't have to wait billions of years. They're just going to skip over to the next planet until they find one that's habitable.
Okay, then
it makes perfect sense.
That does not refute the droid thing. If that was the case,
you know what does refute the droid thing? Because planets that are uninhabitable, droids were designed by organics to be functional in habitable areas. While they can function in many situations that that organics can't, there are still many situations in which droids can. If the gravity is simply too strong, they'll be crushed under the maximum weight of their servos. If the planet has like super high humidity, they'll fucking rust out super easily. If they're weak to a lot more other stuff Like, it's the same thing, just like a slightly different. Like, sure, they have more planets that they could go to that are habitable to the droids and not to the organic life forms. But one, they aren't indestructible. So a lot of the uninhabitable planets are still going to also be uninhabitable by most droids. Two, most droids in the Star Wars galaxy are subservient to organic beings. So most of them aren't going to have the freedom to go ahead and go do that. The ones that do aren't going to have the infrastructure. They're going to be droids that escaped basically slavery. They're not going to have the infrastructure to build a droid factory. And if they go to a place that that's uninhabitable, they're also going to have to adopt isolationist practices. And if they do that, they're not going to have access to the wider network of the galaxy's resources. So it doesn't make sense for them to do that.
But none of that is valid because I just told you there is a faction that's purely autonomous.
I never said anything about autonomous. I said isolationist. That is entirely different.
You're saying they wouldn't have the capability to make a droid factory. I am telling you they would. Because this faction exists in Star Wars.
And do they have a droid factory? I thought they were stuck on a space station.
I never said they were stuck. They have a fleet.
That they decided to live on a space station.
I think
yes, please. To either. I don't care. Sorry, somebody came into my room and said something.
Super nomadic. I think they're super nomadic. Again, I don't remember much, but I know that
then clearly they're taking advantage of the galaxy's wider resources, like what I said, and they're not isolationist. You cannot be nomadic and isolationist. Those are two diametrically opposed philosophies for life.
What did I say?
I need a lot of cherry wood because I'm gonna make MR because I'm gonna make that, and yeah, I needed cherry wood for that.
I never said they were isolationists. You're the one that said that.
Right. What I'm saying is if they're going to be living on an uninhabitable planet, they're going to have to adopt isolationist practices, which they cannot do unless they're fully autonomous. And your guys aren't fully autonomous if they're nomadic, because if they're nomadic, they're clearly going from place to place and they're taking advantage of the wider array of the Star Wars galaxy.
That's not true. I said they're nomadic.
What's not true about what I said?
Okay. I'm saying that I do not remember much about this. All I know is that it showed up in one interaction with Lando Calrissian, I think in the book.
Okay, if you can provide the source for this, because again, we're entirely going off of your word, and you could be misremembering certain things, or you just don't have all the facts, and because you said you don't remember fully well, we can't really take this as serious of a thing without you giving me the link to it, or like us being able to double check what you're claiming about it.
Okay, well, to begin with, what I'm claiming does have things behind it. Yours does not. Okay, I'm going to start that off.
No. My thing also has evidence behind it. What are you on about?
Your evidence is that it would make logical sense.
Uh-huh.
That is not evidence because this is Star Wars.
Fuck you with that again. Logic does exist in Star Wars.
No, it does not. You're just wrong about that.
Fuck you. Logic exists in any world where breaks in logics happen are the exception.
It's a movie. Movies do not have logic to.
Movies do have logic to any. Okay, movies have to have logic to a certain extent. Where they break logic is where they have to be explicit about it. That is the exception. Where they break the laws of physics, where they break logic, that is the exception where we, the audience, are asked to make the gap, the suspension of disbelief.
No, you're not. You are not asked. You just decided to assume it.
If it didn't have logic, then the whole concept of suspension of disbelief would not exist in the first place. Because all stories are made with the initial concept that they are to make logical sense. And when they don't, that's when they need to justify themselves not making sense.
That is not true. Most of them never justify. This is an instance where it doesn't justify it. In your mind, this justifies it, but that is in your mind. Star Wars doesn't say this. What I'm saying is that there's a difference. There is real logic, which is what you're saying, and then there is movie logic. Movie logic is Star Wars. Of all the planets are inhabitable for some reason. It's so weird that that's a thing.
All the
But
planets that
that's
they
movie
go to,
logic.
because we don't see the planets they don't go to. And we know for
You
a
can look
fact
at a map.
this argument made the tree grow. This argument has been going on so long. All of these trees have been chopped down and replanted. Like this is like, how long has this live stream been going? Let me double check. I don't know where to. Oh, it is. Live stream has been going for like 4 hours and 45 minutes, and like 3 of those hours have been us arguing about Star Wars while I'm cutting down cherry trees.
Okay. Simply put, you're ignoring movie logic. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not ignoring movie logic. I'm saying movie logic only extends to things that we do have proof to being illogical.
And it's not, dude. That is just movie logic. Movie logic is when things don't.
I'm not saying that illogical things can't exist in Star Wars. I'm saying the illogical things are the things that, like, we only have to accept happening once they do happen. The logical things are the things that we can assume without evidence of them having happened.
You can't assume that unless the movie tells you. Like, the movie...
We can, like, when the world exists beyond the movie.
If something does not make sense in a movie... You can't just, like, make up a million different theories, or you can make up a million different theories as the explanation, but you can't act like those are valid.
We can assert that they are the most, have you had 100? Yeah, I don't know what day of this argument we're on. It's been a while. Sorry, I forgot what I was saying. What was I saying?
I'm saying your argument makes complete sense, but Star Wars doesn't, so therefore I doubt that this explanation is accurate.
I'm saying that with all stories, the gaps in which, like, things are that we don't know, the logical explanation are the assumption that we have to make until explicitly stated otherwise.
That is not true. There are so many instances of things...
gap...
I mean... I just said it. In medieval movies, there's so many. When they fight each other, they just run at each other with swords and cut each other down instead of using real tactics that are super effective. Because it's a movie, not because there's. What is the explanation as to why in a medieval movie the troops run straight at each other instead of doing real life tactics like using their bows or forming shield walls and different things like that?
Because the people who wrote them aren't tacticians.
And the people who wrote Star Wars weren't thinking there's millions of different uninhabitable planets. Right, they're just thinking...
When the most logical theory doesn't contradict what was shown on the screen, then
it does.
No. My theory of them only going to the planets that are inhabitable does not contradict anything that we've seen on screen.
It does, because they never mentioned the existence of the other planets.
That's not a contradiction. That's a lack of information. That doesn't contradict my theory. That doesn't disprove any of what I said.
It doesn't, but then what you're saying is
and
not valid.
Like, makes logical sense. So clearly it is the only position to be taken until Star Wars states otherwise.
But that is assuming that Star Wars is logical, which it is not.
All stories are logical until explicitly stated otherwise.
Okay, I just explained to you the medieval thing. What is the logic behind why they don't use real tactics?
Because the people who wrote the scenes didn't know real tactics, and those were seen on screen, so we can't assume that they didn't use real tactics. Like, we can't assume in those instances that they did use real tactics because we saw them use the not real tactics. Which is an entirely different situation than the Star Wars thing, where we don't see the other planets, and it makes perfect logical sense that they wouldn't go to the planets that are uninhabitable.
Except for the fact that there are autonomous droid factions that would have no reason not to abuse
the fuck out of this. We haven't followed autonomous droid factions as protagonists.
That doesn't exist in the universe.
That doesn't contradict my fucking thing.
if the thing you're saying is true, then there would be millions of super powerful droid
I
factions that
gave
would
you a
control the entire
million reasons
galaxy.
why that couldn't be the case.
All your reasons are disproved by the faction that I'm telling you exists. You don't know if it exists yet, but I don't know how to give you the proof that it does.
I mean, fucking give me the proof and I'll look into it, but I guarantee you that there's an explanation as to why they didn't. Like, if I guarantee you there's an explanation as to why they did do whatever they did do. So, like, if they were out on a space station, you said, there's an explanation probably as to why they were there instead of on, like, even a habitable planet. And that would be the same explanation as to why it wasn't an uninhabitable planet.
There's just not. I don't know why you think that, like, every... Okay, the simple fact is, writers don't think of these things all the time.
Just like because they don't think of them all the time doesn't mean that they're not the case in universe, in canon.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Unless... Because at that point, it's your theory. It's not real. It's fan fiction.
I'm just gonna fucking... I'm gonna end stream here. I'm sorry. I'm tired. And this guy is not being genuine in his arguments.
It's fan. Okay, what you're saying is fan fiction.
It's not fan fiction. It's filling in the fucking gaps with logic. Wait, it's like okay. No. Stop. If you were watching a movie, right? And in one scene, there's, I don't know, let's say there's a chair at the left of a room. And then they cut away. A few scenes later, they come back to the room. It's been, I don't know, a week. And that chair, you see it on the other side of the room. Are you going to make the assumption that at some point within that week, somebody moved the chair? Or are you going to make the assumption that that chair gained sentience and walked over on its own?
No, but that is a great point you just made, because it happens all the time in movies where there's just mistakes they make where they walk into a room and something changes in the background.
In the case that I gave, there was a whole week of time in which people could have moved that chair. It is perfectly logical to assume that somebody moved that chair, and it's a good assumption to make. Hey, somebody moved that chair. You're not going to go ahead and jump over to, oh my god, in this universe, because it's not a real universe, even though there's no precedent for it, the chair gained sentience and walked over and then turned back into a normal chair for no particular reason. No, obviously not.
That's disingenuous to compare your argument to that, because what your argument is more realistically compared to would be like saying, there's a scene where someone walked into a room with a chair. They exit the room, and in like a minute, where there's no one that could have been in the room, they go back into the room, and it's on the other side. Your argument is more akin to saying there's ghosts in this universe, and ghosts move that chair.
What?
And at that point, I'm like,
I'm not saying sure. That's not except that it being moved is the simpler explanation, and my thing is the simpler explanation than that 99% of the planets are habitable. I keep saying I'm gonna end stream, and then I fucking don't.
It's a fan fiction. It's not based in the story. There's no basis for it.
So you would consider it fan fiction in the hypothetical scenario that I gave if I just assumed, yeah, somebody moved it in the week that we didn't see this room?
That is not a good analogy.
It is an exact one-to-one analogy. How is it any different? How is it any different? Where's the break in my logic?
Okay, so are you going to let me explain, or are you just going to repeat yourself until I'm not able to speak?
I'm not speaking. Explain.
Okay. That is not a good analogy, because your thing, it is obvious that there are people in this universe, and nothing goes to disprove that logic. Your logic is disproved by the fact that droids don't need oxygen to survive, and they could set up their own galaxy, their own thousands of factions that would be super powerful, and they would take over the Star Wars universe.
But they didn't, and there are a million reasons why they might not have. All of which I gave to you. One, they might not be able to produce the parts they need for proper maintenance to last more than like 30 years, like that one faction we saw in Rebels. Two, the limitations.
Okay,
No,
wait.
I'm not fucking finished. Two, the limitations of organics extend to a certain extent to the limitations of droids. They don't have access to literally all of the billions of planets. They only have access to a certain few more than the organics would. Three, any sort of expansion that they would have to make would require them to have interstellar technology, and all of that is also upkept via hyperspace lanes, which is part of the wider galaxy. They can't use that fully without having to interact with the rest of the galaxy. They cannot adopt an isolationist mentality, and if they do, guess what? They're not going to interact with the rest of the galaxy, and we're not going to see it.
Your logic is basically like saying, if there is a giant field where ants can thrive, there's an ant colony, that the ant colony would just not continue spreading to the other side of the field, despite the fact that it is just as fruitful.
It wouldn't, because its queen didn't move. Ant colonies will not move without their queen unless something happens to where they deem their queen unfit, or the queen dies, or they get a replacement.
In that analysis, what is the queen in Star Wars? What? Okay,
the humans that own the droids.
The droids do not need humans.
Most of them do.
Not all of them.
The vast majority of them do. I don't think there's enough droids that are self-sustainable enough to be able to expand that much.
You don't think that, but there are. There's a faction. You can look it up later.
Dude, I looked it up. I can't find it, and you can't find any proof for it either. This isn't...
I can get back to you on it. I know it's a thing that exists.
Sure, but you can't just, like... Okay, then I'm saying that somebody said that the fucking...
Okay,
you can't...
Let's get to... Wait. Pause. I got an idea. Let's get to the consensus. If I can prove that faction exists, then you're wrong. And if I can't, you're right.
No. Proving that faction exists just gives me the ability to start researching that faction. Because, again, we don't know if they gave some explanation within that, because you don't remember the details of this, about why that faction existed in the way that they did, instead of an uninhabitable planet.
I know this. It was a very obscure faction and detail. So I doubt... Like, you can invest... Okay, simpler. If you can investigate, if I can prove to you that this faction exists, you can go ahead and investigate for some reason. If you think that there's any explanation, if you can find one that makes sense, then you win. But if there's no reason, which I suspect will be the case because it's a very obscure faction and I don't think they went into that much detail.
But if there's no reason, then you can't just assume that they have the ability to, like, reproduce their numbers in a way where they can colonize millions of uninhabitable planets.
I can, because they're self-sustaining and autonomous.
Self-sustaining and autonomous doesn't necessarily mean that they have the ability to make more droids. They might just be sustaining themselves. And they would have to expand if they're gonna, take over millions and millions of planets. Especially if they only have enough droids for one space station, like you said.
I didn't say, okay, I want to simplify to what I know and what I don't know. I've made a lot of things where I'm like, I think I remember this. I'm going to go based on just what I know I can say for sure. This faction exists. They're super advanced and super powerful. They're also rare in the Star Wars universe.
They're super powerful?
Yeah, they're very powerful. I remember that. And I remember that they did... I don't remember what it was, but the point is, if they only showed up in one book, I think. I don't remember if they showed up in other things. Maybe they did, but I haven't heard too many things about them. That's all I know.
So there were droids... So it's basically exactly like the ones in Rebels. For all we know,
not at all.
Like, it's just a group of droids that have been isolated...
Not a group, an entire faction of self-sustaining autonomous droids.
Okay, how big do you consider a faction to be? How, you seem to be making this distinction.
I'm just telling you what I remember.
A faction to me would be like, if we're talking within the Star Wars galaxy, I mean, no, I guess different pirates are different factions.
Okay, I'd compare them okay, based on the things I do remember, and do not quote me on this, they kind of gave me the same vibe as the Yusung Vong, where like they came from like a different part of the
The
galaxy and they
Yuzhan
seem
Vong
to be
came from
very
an
powerful.
entirely different galaxy and were
Yeah,
like
I know.
galaxy
I didn't
wide.
say they were like I did not say they were like the Yusung Vong. I said they reminded me of it kind of in the vibe of like, oh, it's a faction that's not very explored, but it is a faction. I don't know how else to explain this to you. Now, the simple fact is, I think that Star Wars is just has this is just a flaw in the story. You can look up this faction, and then you can try to come up with a logical explanation. But simply put, I just don't think that there's gonna be one because I
All
think
right, I'm
the
gonna go ahead and
writers
end
don't
stream
think it.
there because I now have no more viewers. Good night, peoples. Thank you for stopping by and listening to this argument. It was exhausting.
I liked it.
I liked it too. I am still tired.
Nah, you're saying that.